Um, I think, have you started or do you need to formally start or something?
No, we've started. We're just giving Alex time to start some systems in the recording. So it takes,
There is one thing I would like to mention. I think it came up in
okay,
plasma reactor group. It's about the carbon 14 and
that's
and
perfect.
the matters
Yep.
and the matter state condition,
Yes. Let
So,
me disclaimer in the intro video and the World Peace Treaty. We can do that after you speak. That's fine. I want to give you as much time as possible. Okay, Alex.
it
Yes.
it shouldn't take long, but go ahead and start your stuff, and then I'll talk.
Okay. No problem. I guess we get this background talk. Alex, are you ready? We've already started the recording. I'm going to start the disclaimer. Have all your systems been activated? All systems go? Or did you go back to system one and restart? No. Okay, here we go.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It is February 15th, 2026, and I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants. And as we saw, the creation of materials out of fields, and that, of course, I believe can be extended to coffee or sugar, or as Mr. Keshe indicated in the recent past, about a machine that could print out copper cups without actually bringing any matter state copper into the picture, so to speak. So this is the idea that everything starts to settle down on this planet and the gold could become worthless. But as he said, we're not here to make gold, but it is quite impressive. And one of the things I was just thinking about earlier about this creation of materials out of fields, and again, this could be oil or cotton or whatever you can imagine, was the idea that this material that was created in Beijing, of course, there's a couple more steps to convert it into the matter state of gold, but the idea that it had no signature. You couldn't find a signature of that gold on this planet. And we know nuclear materials and everything else apparently has a signature. And of course, he was asking us about our soul in the just past workshop. Was our soul created on the planet? So there's a lot of very deep questions that we're being asked to consider from week to week. As I said, this is the university of the universe in a way, and not that I've mastered much of it, but we're all trying to learn more about the creation, the process of creation, and the way our energies work. And that's part of unveiling, which Mr. Keshe is doing quite thoroughly in a way, slowly though, and step by step to this opening that mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. So this is all part of a grand scheme in a way to bring this planet into a enlightened, a higher dimensional position with the universal community. And this, of course, is just the way I'm seeing this knowledge, and everyone sees it a little bit differently. So welcome everyone. We'll try to explore a little bit of the workshop. We'll listen to the announcements. Hopefully we'll have a lot of interactions. But as he said, this riddle of life could take man millions, life in the universe could take man millions of years to understand or unravel. So we're very patient, and this is one of the things Mr. Keshe has said on more than one occasion. What's man's biggest obstacle of going into space? And he said ignorance. So we're learning step by step, but as he also said, it's all how you see the knowledge and how you view your position as observer and the way you decide to or sort of work with this knowledge as it befits you, not the way I tell you or any other intermediaries, charlatans, gurus, or the rest. And he's pretty strong on this defrocking the frock in a way. So I think most of us are aware of those positions, but apparently a lot of the planet is sort of caught up in it. We're not going to destroy anything like that, but just people will become aware and walk away on their own as they start to reduce their abuse due to a lack of knowledge. So thank each and every one of you. As we were talking earlier with Santi, he's done work for years and other people have done work for years, and every little bit may touch something else. Remember, this is a game of the souls. not so much the physicality, even though we've had it reversed for quite a long time. Again, everyone has a mic, but before we go, perhaps to a knowledge seeker who'd like to share something on carbon or perhaps something else, I think we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. So if you love peace and freedom, enlightenment, and the rest of the beautiful emotions of the universe, although the Creator still deals with emotions, this is the idea. Apparently, these emotions just need to be tamed. Doesn't mean they'll go away completely once they are tamed. It's apparently a continuing process. Or, again, it goes deeper or a little stronger, and the Creator is also taming emotions, but he's learned more about it than we have. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Remember, it's all about finding out about peace within yourself first, not so much the others. And if you can master that task, which again, I think gives you more than a lifetime of work, perhaps, then you can deal with the unpeacefulness of the others. But the first struggle is finding peace and balance within yourselves. And of course, it's not all up to you, although the wish and to move in that way is. But the foundation and the universal community and the sun and the soul of this planet are all sort of working together along with knowledge seekers and the Keshe Foundation to bring this sort of enlightenment period or bring us into a new understanding of who we are in the universe. Again, depending on how we move, how the governments move, the process could be a year, it could be 5 years, it could not be until the next century. But I think over that period, more and more people will start to become more and more enlightened and perhaps enter into what I've been referring to about this new game of peace and enlightenment, sort of the new cities. But this is our World Peace Treaty. It's something the world leaders will sign either with a pen or with the pen of their soul, and we can see how low some of the world leaders' souls are. And again, as Mr. Keshe said, they're not really leaders. They're spokespeople for those operating behind the curtain. But in that regard, we're learning to use this energy dimension or ourselves as a sort of reactor in a way. And Mr. Keshe has gone through this and how we can transfer energies. That was the one thing he said in this last workshop about the position of transferring energies and how it should have alarmed us that now we know we can transfer energies. And this is what part of the GANS box was, and a lot of the things that were shown, and a lot of the things we experimented with. But this is the World Peace Treaty, and again, it's between you and your soul, finding yourself in a more enlightened. And I think the more peaceful you are, the more enlightened you are. The more enlightened you are, most likely, the more peaceful you are. But again, we haven't fully understood this peace or love, but certainly this is a step in a way, completing a wish, creating a reactor that gradually, slowly, step by step, you start to examine the dissonance within your own thinking, perhaps. And am I as peaceful as I thought I was? Just the way we're sort of examining how close are we to the Creator. And again, that's completely up to you. It seems like individually we make these barriers, not the Creator. And we're coming enlightened to this position. So anyone who loves peace and freedom, would they like to open their mic and read the World Peace Treaty? And you don't have to hit all commandments every day, all the time to read it. I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our souls. Simply put your name again on behalf of, and then have it witnessed. And of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate As I said, this is a reactor you've just created for yourself and perhaps for the others. Be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And if we just go back up to the first part of the paragraph, I shall not use or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. Now, in a way, I've always thought about that space as being, out in the galaxy, out in the universe, in the solar system. But perhaps that space is right within your skull. And this is the idea of the thinking, speaking, and acting good, because you can use tools of war in that dimension for absolutely sure. I believe you're creating fields of good fields, or you're creating negative fields. So perhaps this is the space he's talking about. I'm thinking more and more, because we do much more thinking and speaking than we do actually acting, I believe. So again, it's for us to examine this dichotomy in a way and see where we can create that balance. And as Alenka was saying earlier about healing, we know in the Keshe Foundation there's no healing. We just bring a balance or a process into place. And so thank you all for listening. And if anyone wants to make any comments, of course, we had another fantastic workshop, another, as Mr. Keshe likes to say, another Pandora box. And hopefully it's brought us a little closer to understanding. And I know we're all growing into this at different speeds and different strengths. So what touched me may not touch you, and vice versa, but it's all good. So does anyone want to make any comments regarding anything they've brought in the past, or while they still have time? I'm specifically referring to MOSFEC, of course. And if he has time and the bells are not ringing in the background where he is, perhaps he'd like to share his screen and explain a little bit more about, was it carbon-14 that you were speaking?
Yes. Yes, I was talking, this was a question that came from Ike. And as we know, the hydrogen is the plasma, the fundamental plasma, or the neutron is the fundamental plasma. Essentially, this plasma has the energy level of electron, passport, proton, or neutron, essentially. And the magnetical, on the magnetical side, it's carbon-14. So that's the field separation between the fundamental plasma and the communication that happens at the carbon-14 level. So, and Mr. Keshe has talked about this, the separation between the gravitational and the magnetical is defined by this field strength of 14.
I know the.
So we hear.
Go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I know the foundation is one of the only organizations creating that carbon-14 on a regular basis. And isn't this what he said? Someone asked him a question in Beijing. What material is this? And he said, this is carbon-14 in the energy dimension. But how come we can see it? This is what he said, we locked it into the strength of gold. I was always wondering, I didn't think you could see the carbon-14 in the matter state. It was more of a field, or does it produce in both? He said that there's no matter state there. This is energy. So that's
yes. So the energy, so what, we come to the point where, what is matter state versus what is plasma? I talked about this in One Nation, One Planet, One Race, is essentially you create compression, or you bring gravitational into the mix. and then you essentially contain it within this compression or the gravitational field. So it kind of limits the field using a boundary condition, which is essentially, um, you know, you don't let the field out. And so carbon-14 field strength can become carbon-14 material, or it can be nitrogen-14. And many of the confusion that arise uh, in our science is that what we call nitrogen, or which is again a 14 field strength, but it's a slightly different configuration. What is the difference? Carbon has 6 proton and 8 neutron, carbon-14, whereas nitrogen has 7 proton and 7 neutron. So the energy level is the same, but the arrangement of field is slightly different. And that's why we have nitrogen 14, and then which is 14, and then there is carbon 14. And so the material that is produced by Keshe Foundation is carbon 14 and not nitrogen.
I
So
was
there is a difference. Yes.
Is carbon-14 always peaceful? I was thinking of the intro video. He said it can create materials, but it can also create cancer within us somehow. What is happening here? Is it a peaceful entity, or is it follow whatever emotions are sort of dictated to it in a way?
Yeah, so the carbon-14, what is cancer? Cancer, Mr. Keshe often sometimes referred it as black hole.
Yeah.
It's a point of energy absorption.
He also said, Mosfeq, that he sees cancer differently than the standard community does, let's say, at one point.
Yeah, I mean, he looks at it from the point of view of energy. So once you create a condition where you have an essentially energy, what is an energy absorption? Essentially, it has a gravitational field which absorbs surrounding energy fields. And in cancer condition, what we have is that we start to lose energy to the cancerous
Yes.
element that's in our body. So, which is absorbing the energy that we have in our body, and eventually the body does not have enough energy to sustain itself.
Yes, I've
So
heard
it's
Mr. Keshe that he said people don't die of cancer, they die of a lack of energy. Exactly what Mosfeq is just describing.
so this is the condition of cancer. Now, so you can create it in different ways. Essentially, uh, it's a sink hole. Essentially, everything goes in there, and
So it's almost
so
two-edged
yes,
in a way, yes?
it's two what?
Two-edged sword, or a two, the book has two covers, the C14.
Okay, yes. Well, I mean, plasma by itself is, you can't call it good or bad. It's or a field in general. I mean, what you have to create a balanced condition. So once you create a balanced condition, it essentially sustain the entity.
Excuse me,
So
I see, welcome, Ike. I see you've joined us. Mike Mosfeq is addressing one of your questions, I think, from the reactor group, was it? Or was it the One Planet?
yeah, I think yes. So it's the often, most of the confusion that arise in our understanding is, as Mr. Keshe is very quick to point, is that we confuse matter state with the energy state. So, I just wanted to bring a little bit of clarity to it, because by citing the example of nitrogen versus carbon-14, you can see that essentially it's the configuration of the atoms. Atomic configuration in matter state is different when it comes to carbon-14 and nitrogen. The energy level, they're 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 identical in a way, but the configuration, or as I have shown pictures of various configuration of atomic structure, which was the picture that was created using field ion microscopy. And so once you create a boundary condition or compression can be of different type. One way of compressing would result in nitrogen. Another way of compressing would result in carbon-14 matter state, which is essentially equivalent to 6 proton and 8 neutron. So I just wanted to make it clear that the difference between matter state and energy state, and from the same energy state you can have two different matter conditions, and that's what I wanted to talk about a little. So anyway,
what is
go ahead.
What is the connection with carbon-14 and the CO2 gas?
CO2, that's the CO2 gas is carbon-12 gas as far as I understand it, because the way it's created is the 6 field, which is between the zinc and the nanocoated copper plate. So that's carbon-12, and in a way, if you can think about, there is another way of, let's say, converting carbon-14 is to CH2, which is carbon-12 and hydrogen 2. But if you add them up at the energy level, it's carbon-14. So CH2, and this brings us to the situation, this takes us very close to the condition of CH3. And so it's CH3 is 15, CH2 is 14. So at the energy level, things start to become more interesting, because you can make combination of these things. And the way I made deuterium and tritium is essentially these kind of understanding. But that's again at the energy level.
How did you make deuterium with CH3?
What I did is I subtracted the field of carbon from CH3 to create tritium, and I subtracted the field of carbon and deuterium from CH3 to get hydrogen. This is how I made those. And this is, I just looked it up. I think it's in 228 or 238. One of those knowledge seekers workshop, I presented it.
Okay. I know Alenka gave us a beautiful testimony before we started. Wants to share anything.
Okay, so I'll stop now. So anyway, I think I'm done.
I wanted to ask you another question. She's not here right now, not Alenka, but
okay.
Carolyn, where she said, listening to the workshop, and I guess she listened to it twice in one day. I think she said it was 6:18. And she reported that her hair has changed from gray back to brown. is this a work of carbon-14 in a way? Would it be?
Mm,
It's not hair color? Oh,
I don't think you color your hair with no, I'm just being facetious here. The it's the energy absorption. What is black hair versus what is gray hair? Essentially you're not absorbing uh the spectrum of energy that black or dark hair would do, brown hair being darker. So when our hair gets gray, it's no longer absorbing the amount of energy that used to absorb. And of course, the blonde people are different in this, but darker haired people, I'm talking about darker haired people here. So anyway,
she is reporting, MOSFET, she's feeling younger again.
well, that if you can hold the energy, you will feel younger. If you have enough energy, you feel younger, right?
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I know a lot of people, as Mr. Keshe said, if they put that product out on the market for somehow changing the color of the hair through the emotion, he'd probably get a million orders the first day. But
Yeah.
Ike, I think, wanted to ask
Well,
something.
yeah, Mosfet, what teaching is that knowledge seeker that you presented the theorem?
I think it's 320. Let me see. I just looked it up today, actually. Hang on a second. Let's see whether I can find it where I
And while we'll give
think it.
MOSFET some time, no rush, MOSFET. You can put it in the
No,
chat.
no, I just
No problem. And on it.
I think it's 328. Oh, I just wrote it somewhere. Where did I write? Here, it's no, not 328, it's 228. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and just one other comment based on what was being discussed. And what Randy put in, when I was doing live and dried blood analysis, cancer patients' live blood was always darker. No light coming from the inner part of the red blood cell. The white blood cells were not white, but gray in color. Makes sense in what is being talked about right now. And I know Alex has had quite a bit of some experience in that field as well. But as we say, we're not healing anything. We're bringing into balance or processing. These are the terms Mr. Keshe prefers that we use. We're the provider.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll have to say goodbye, Mark, because I think my time is kind of at the end.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll come back next time.
As Mr. Keshe said, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to open up this knowledge. So I think we're going to be meeting some new friends in a way, or other knowledge seekers from the universe that'll help us develop or understand a little bit more of magnetic fields, perhaps in the matter state and some in the energy state. And we'll exchange knowledge of the transmutation that we've understood up to this point. So any other comments? Yes, thank you for sharing, MOSFET. He may have already exited. Anything else anyone wants to share before we go to the, I thought we'd listen to the announcements again. These are the plays Mr. Keshe is calling. And of course, part of the announcements was this association, which people are joining. And of course, it's part of the game. And before I forget, let's just wish everyone a belated happy Valentine's Day, although with what the Keshe Foundation is doing, perhaps Valentine's Day can come more often than just once a year. And this is what he was trying to do. I'm just looking for the Keshe Foundation store. Yes. And of course, yesterday there was a transmission session. This is part of understanding how to transfer emotions, as I understand it. And if anyone was in that session and they'd like to share, we'd like to give them an opportunity. This is helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free, and it's really a gift to humanity if you look at the longer structure, not just going into these sessions, that you're going to get something for yourself, and sometimes you actually do. But if there's anyone here who was in those sessions and they'd like to share anything, if they're not shy, sometimes people are a bit shy, but we want to give them the opportunity to share anything that they may have experienced. In the special session that was held yesterday, and that was called I think it had a heart on it. I wasn't there, as I say. But if anyone was there, if there's anything they'd like to share, maybe it's been taken off of the store since the offer has now expired. But what hasn't expired is the cosmic ray still transmission sessions, and there's 2 more left. Again, you can help keep the Keshe Foundation free in a way that'll probably be explained in depth later on. But as we know, we've heard the video from Alex, the Brazilians have made, and Alex has voiced over, and how we don't need the foundation searching for billions. And this is the way you keep the Keshe Foundation free, to develop at the pace and the depth they'd like to deliver the technology. This is one of the ways of keeping the Keshe Foundation free. So I believe there's 2 more sessions. One is February 27th coming up, and then there'll be the final one of this trio on March 27th. So if you're able to, or if you're able to and prefer not to be there, you can always purchase a ticket for someone else. I'm sure there's many people lined up that don't have the resources to participate, and the gift will be well used. So, and we'll see more of this, I think, as the game comes into play. So happy Valentine's Day. If there's no Valentine Day stories, as Mr. Keshe said, there's many products within the store. I know we tried to replicate many things, but there's many products, as we heard in the intermission of this gel material, that's able to bring peace and balance. Yes, here's the special session that I was referring to, and that's passed. But there are many different of these resin products that are in the store, and there's many different products. And of course, the store is growing and growing by leaps and bounds, as I understand it, especially with these sort of products which you can suspend, bring into your home. They're quite innocuous, but apparently they bring peace and balance. And for $19 or $39 each unit, I think that is priceless in a way. But perhaps it's a child as well that needs some balance, or perhaps your sister is fighting with her husband too much and she likes eggs, and you'd like to give her a little half a dozen eggs and to put around the house and enjoy the beauty, but the functionality goes further. And as I say, peace in the home is priceless. And this is what all of these products are about, elevating the soul of the man in not so much a conscious way, but as the fields interact with the environment and with the people in the environment, we'll have to see. We're waiting for some feedback, but I believe they've already been quite thoroughly tested. I want to see the beads that he was talking about for sweet condition, and hopefully they'll be in the store if they're not already. So any comments? Yes, these are made to be suspended in a way. That's why these strings are on them. So these could go in the automotive, in the office. And again, just a little decoration. As Mr. Keshe said, people don't like to look at the ganses. So now materials and plasmas and cosmic ray materials are embedded into this bio resin, as he called it, and can perform a function even if the people in the environment are not aware of it. They may start to feel a little happier, a little more balanced than the rest. But we'll wait for people to give feedback. But I believe it's already there within the Keshe Foundation, the research that's been done. As he said, with those sweet beads for the diabetic condition, it's been heavily researched and tested. So we're just waiting for them to come into the market. And as he said, with the person using the Gans material for helping their stroke condition, he said, I did this in 2010 to whenever it was, when he helped Dirk with the paralysis of the limbs and so on of the poisoning incident, apparently. So let's go to our workshop. I think we'll just hear the announcements if we can. Any thoughts, questions, or comments? As I said, we'll put in that connection to join the association. Let's see if Mr. Keshe speaks about this here. Let me raise the volume and we continue. Again, this is from last Thursday's workshop, 629. And as Mr. Keshe said, it'll probably go up around 1,000 or more, but he may have to go further than that when he said, man, may not solve this riddle of life in the universe for millions of years. So the teaching will continue, or perhaps, as he said, we already have all the knowledge. It's a matter of us triggering it, and we don't need, again, intermediaries, or what do they call them? I think he referred to charlatans or others to tell you, as the way you receive energy from the sun, you don't need any intermediaries. But we do like, and I do like as well, if I'm trying to solve a problem with the computer, I like somebody to tell me how to fix it rather than me trying to figure it out. But apparently that's not enlightenment. And as we've heard with that testimony earlier from Alenka, where she mixed the products together, apparently this is an enlightenment. As Mr. Keshe, I couldn't imagine anyone mixing tomatoes and bananas together, but this is part of creation, and this is part of enlightenment as well. One of the things I'm going to test once our game of enlightenment is, my game particularly, is back online, is to listen to the workshop as I play the game, and just to see if I create a different condition. We know things are embedded into the workshop. We know things are embedded into the game, if not fully, I think partially at this point, and see how they interact with my own energies, just as a test. And he said doing things like that is in a way, a form of enlightenment. Now, whether anything will happen, something always happens. Whether I'll notice it or not could be a different story. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, they're looking for many experts across the world, that scientists that are on the move. But let's let Mr. Keshe explain more. Any comments before we go to this clip? Okay, here we go.
Distributing, and new product range will come, which part of it will be high advanced technologies.
Okay, that's our
They were just playing, let's see, where are we? 104.10. Yeah, if anyone who listens in the future, you can go back. Rick played the offers. Mr. Keshe made a few comments, I believe, all these different products which are in the Keshe Foundation store. And as he said, this is going to grow by thousands of products. So even to the point of toys for children, where perhaps fields can be embedded. What did I say? We were at 104.10. Okay, here we go. Let's just go back to that. So you can look at that in the store.
previous workshop, but it describes some of the new resin products that have come out recently. Okay, Mr. Keshe, we're now into the second part of the program, and how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you very much. As usual, these products you've seen, some of you have placed large orders, some of you have placed a few orders for these things. We try to get everything as what is in the stock will be sent, and the second batch will be the end of what we call March, which will go, we see what the demands are, that they can be reduced again for that order. There's something that a lot of knowledge seekers apparently has been or have not noticed. There is a session this Saturday, 14th of February, what called the Lover's Day, the Valentine Day. If you want to join us, we are testing something to see how we can change your emotions, or what I call intention of emotion, with loving. And this is important for us to change human race, and something.
So we thank all those who participated. Again, we give an opportunity if anyone was there to tell us about your experience. If not, we'll continue to go forward. I'm sure there'll be more of these sessions coming up as the technology is just in its infancy, and you're allowing the doctors and the technology to be perfected, and of course, gifting to humanity in a much bigger process that maybe we don't fully see. Okay, so thank you all, and we continue to elevate your energies and souls to participate.
We are testing in the background, especially this, what we call this week. On Saturday is one of our monthly sessions, and if you like, you can join us. Go to the registration and sign for this Saturday, and for us to see how things are and how we can change and influence the emotion of what we call the people, and how we can bring what we call the emotion of love, the emotion of understanding. And in so many ways, it's part of the process of development of the Keshe Foundation transmutation and transfer of energy. So if you are still believe in the love and Valentine, then join us and see how lovely we become.
So you become part of the whole development by allowing yourself to be, in a way, observed and interact with, and giving feedback to the foundation. And I'm sure the foundation is gathering knowledge in this whole process on their own as well. So it's a very, and again, you're gifting it to humanity. So you're banking, in a way, for the future.
In respect to major announcements to knowledge seekers, we are looking for knowledge seekers for the immediate transfer who have expertise in plasma technology, gravity, and understanding of the left-hand motion. If you work for organizations, or you know people who work for organizations like NASA, Iranian space agencies, Russian space agency, or you work within CERN, we would like to employ you to join one of the most advanced labs in the space technology within the next 30 days.
So again, if you know someone who's retired or in between positions, or perhaps wants to interact this way, you can just mention it to them, and maybe they're not going to pick up on it right away, or maybe they will, hopefully. But as they see more and more developments coming out within the Keshe Foundation, maybe they'll decide to throw their lot in with the foundation and again work for this piece. So just because you mention it to a scientist, I don't bump into that many expert scientists in my travels, but if you do, you may just happen to mention it to them, and they may save it in the back of their mind for the future or for current use. So you never know how, and especially if you have that, if you do meet a scientist and you have that impulse to share this, plant that seed, because the soul reminded you for a certain reason, I think.
We don't want knowledge seekers who test things. We want professional scientists, professional engineers who have expertise in space technology, who have expertise in international defense,
And just to add one more comment, and I heard the other day that said Musk is abandoning his Mars mission and now is coming up for something with the moon, where, as Mr. Keshe said, it would be much easier, I believe, well, maybe not, going from the moon out than direct to Mars with all the issues. And the Chinese are expecting to be there by 2030. And as Mr. Keshe said, with this technology, we'll be there and have the champagne ready for the Chinese or whoever, Elon Musk, when they arrive. So perhaps there'll be a two-tiered space program. He said this is the most advanced space program, I believe, on the planet. So call out to the Iranian, Russian, NASA, and the rest. Opportunities await.
Who have expertise in gas and distribution of gas and communication, wireless energy transfer. PhDs, university graduates, undergraduates from anywhere in the world. We are not looking for enthusiastic knowledge seekers.
So that energy transfer, that certainly sounds like a cosmic ray technology of powering the One Nation network, which I didn't really show in the store. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to go back to it, but it's right on the top of the store, and that's where the game is embedded. We'll go back to it.
If you are researchers in agriculture, know exactly how to gather data and to make a project of it. We are looking for that caliber of people. You will be working within the structure of the highly developed structured research, and we offer initially 2 years guarantee employment by Keshe Foundation. Space technology, understanding of the plasma, gravitational lift and motion.
And remember, I put the Mark Ray Corporation in the chat, and of course, this is the home of the cosmic ray technology. So Mark Ray is right here, and they have the designation, I believe. Mr. Keshe had to somehow get this reestablished, of a 9661 code for this company. And this means it's heavily involved, one of the only 30 companies apparently in the stock market that has that designation, and it's for space development and space research. So it's already been designated for this. And as he said, you'll be in one of the most advanced space research labs on the planet, if not the most advanced.
Scientists at the level of CERN, because we know some scientists from CERN are on the move. We know NASA scientists are on the move. We are prepared to talk. And your employment starts immediately. Within the next 30 days, 60 days, you can move to position. You understand and have a good understanding of agricultural data gathering, processing. We are looking for immediate employment. You send, as usual, your request, your understanding to info@keshe.foundation. We are looking for knowledge seekers with a knowledge of AI and computer programming and software. Very advanced level. Those of you who understand the work of cryptocurrency, those of you who understand the work of a network that can operate internationally. We are looking with the immediate effect of employment. If our team agrees that you can be part of and you have the knowledge you carry to be part of. We're looking for knowledge seekers who have a deep understanding and process of gas production, not in just ordinary levels. Everybody can mix, but we want those who have innovative systems, technologies for gas production. We offer 2 years guaranteed employment within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. If you have any of these or you know any of these, get in touch with us at info@keshe.foundation. You have to have qualifications. You have to be certified for what you apply.
Is it info@keshe.foundation? Here it's saying info@keshe.org. Or does it make a difference? I put in the chat info@keshe.foundation. I think that's the one he's been referring to. Okay.
We are looking for advanced communication engineers, understanding transmission of the wireless, those who understand the work of the space defense technology. You'll be working in one of the most sophisticated space programs. Full employment for 2 years, and if proven to be capable, the contract will be extended. We are looking for those who can retail the products of the Keshe Foundation worldwide as resellers. You have to be able to support yourself to start with, and then the new products of the Keshe Foundation will be made available. You're responsible for that nation and what comes out of that nation. We already have in a number of countries resellers, but we're looking for resellers right across the world. In any country, any position, and you receive the same discounts, but as usual, you have to be able to pay for your products. You get orders, you sell, we deliver, and the usual pattern.
Okay, anyone have any experience with reselling? It does sound like they don't put the product in your warehouse on consignment. It's actually, you need to be able to support yourself, as he said. So I don't know what the numbers are, what products are moving, but apparently they're looking for more, even though they have a number of them already. Not sure how it's all going to work, but I know the store is soon to be moving to, it may stay in the Keshe Foundation store, but also on Shopify. Apparently something is getting set up for the near future. But again, when Mr. Keshe says soon, sometimes it's not as soon as we'd like it to be, or as it could be, but his frame of reference is a little different than ours. But hopefully we'll see it more and more. Okay, thank you, Randy. Yes, this is the other one for Randy has put in through keshefoundation.at. That's the Austrian association or club. For $1 per year, you can be a full member or a support member. Anyone want to say anything about that? And that's part of the gameplay. Maybe I should just go to that for a moment. Let's see if we have the store here. And if I go back, and what has been put in the chat is keshefoundation.at. And let's just get to all products. Unfortunately, this little cancel symbol comes up. This is what's called the One Nation Network. This is the virtual One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And the game of enlightenment will be embedded within this One Nation Network. Reason for joining the association is this makes it legal for you to trade or to, I guess, barter, trade internally with the Keshe Foundation and other members of the association. So it only is €1, I think, per year. And the link takes you to PayPal. You don't have to activate a PayPal account. You can use a credit, I believe, card, and make a small payment. And this makes you part of a bigger structure, which is the association. And that's part of the One Nation network. And of course, you'll need a wallet as well to what resources or coins you've gathered by playing this game of peace and enlightenment. And again, it can be played from an early age to a very late age. Everyone can play it, but you'll need a wallet to secure the resources that you've been accumulating. As I understand it at this point, the official launch, you can play the game now, but this is in its beta version, and it's apparently going to change a lot after March 21st if that deadline is met, which we're hoping it will be. So just to give you a little bit more on the game of peace and enlightenment, and they're looking for about 10,000 of these units, which will create a grid network. This is the matter state appearing in a way, but the energy dimension will be added later. I think this is what he's talking about, looking for experts. They may have already achieved it, but there's probably some things that need to be worked out. As he said, this game, this whole structure is in its infancy. So this is the game network. You can earn, I think, for the first 100 or first 1,000, 2 Keshe coins per year, which again, this is not a crypto at this point. This is an internal coin to the Keshe Foundation that you can trade among association or club members, as I understand it. So we're creating, in a way, an alternative structure. You'll still continue in your current structure, but this is the setting up of the virtual reality of one planet, one nation, one race. As Mr. Keshe said in a number of locations, that they're testing these plasma cities around the world or different locations. But this is perhaps a way at this point to bring an aspect of that plasma city into your home. Remember, these new plasma cities have no supermarkets, very limited hospitalization systems, no power plants, and the rest. So perhaps by developing this, again, we're supporting it and developing it, we can see an aspect of a plasma city even being brought into our own homes for balance, for wellness, for energy, for lighting, energy for other things, and of course, energy as food, or perhaps even manifesting in the energy dimension as something, again, made out of the pure fields. This is what he said with the fertilizer of what they could do, use the pure fields of the fertilizer without any pollution. So perhaps we can do that in other ways as well. And I know we can. The oil, the cotton, the copper, the gold, the silver, and anything else you can think of can be produced out of fields. Again, no signature from the planet. It has a signature, I guess no signature as we understand it. But there still probably is some sort of telltale trace, as he said about our soul. Was it created on this planet? So there must be a way to, in a way, trace back to the source, which he alluded to a number of workshops ago. Okay, let's go back to any comments?
We're talking.
We all have microphones. Feel free to interject, interact, take exception, or however you'd like to, whatever you'd like to share with us. And sometimes if there's something that you're thinking about sharing and you're hesitant, that just means the soul, I think, wants you to open your mic or share a little bit, but no problem. We're all captains of our own ship.
Resale of very advanced technologies which the Keshe Foundation within 2026 will offer into the what we call commercial part of the Keshe Foundation. If you're a knowledge seeker and you have agencies for things like electricity, gas, automotives, you have a car showroom, and you're a knowledge seekers, we are looking to invite you to join us for, as part of your dealership, to sell the new structure of the automotive to be delivered by Keshe Foundation in 2026, 2027.
And maybe Musk is teaming up with the foundation to go to the moon, or perhaps, as Mr. Keshe said, that car company will give them $1 for it. But this could save, he's talking about automotive dealers looking for labels of the Keshe Foundation. This is the new automotive product. I don't know if it's going to be a retrofitting of the shock absorbers to give that bit of lift and motion, or it'll be a whole product, perhaps even in a small suitcase or container, which again, they ask you what's in your suitcase. Oh, my car. I don't have to park it now. I just carry it with me, and when I need it, I open it up. This is some, again, Mr. Keshe said this will be some of these things that'll be released in the future, and some of them have already been done, will be beyond the imagination of the man. But again, the idea, as Mr. Keshe said, understanding the technology is not as important as understanding the ethos of the foundation. The elevation of the soul to serve and other things becomes the key, and not so much connected to the matter state. But again, we're all sort of examining ourselves and how we fit in, or how we'd like to adjust ourselves, perhaps, to move more in that sort of dimension. All right, let's finish this before we go to a teaching part.
We start now that we have enough people around to be able to do. If you are head of an international company or organization which influences and have retail direction in different countries or in one country heavily, we are interested to establish a connection as a reseller with Keshe Foundation. We are ready to bring the Keshe Foundation technology across in a different way that you've seen. This is one of the reasons we are keeping reducing and clearing out the stock, as we are moving our what we call process of retail into a totally different level. Any stock will be offered by Keshe Foundation in the new process will be at least 1 million items in a stock, which in a way can be repeated, can be delivered, not to be waited, as has been, as we learn with your support.
Okay, and there may be further reduction in some of these products. So if you've been looking at anything in the store, perhaps now or in the near future is the time you can receive quite a bit of a discount. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe different products are differently, but this is a beautiful gift for someone or for yourself.
We rely on the knowledge seekers to support us to go through this transition. On 21st of March, we'll make an announcement which will change most of your lives in a very different way, but you have to register yourself through Keshe Foundation structures that you are here as part, as first stage.
Okay, so here's the play being called. You need to, apparently there's going to be an announcement on around the 21st. We'll make an announcement which will change most of your lives, very different way. You have to register, and this is what what was put in the chat there, www.keshefoundation.at, which is a reference to Austria as an association, which is set up by the state of Austria. And apparently it's available to everyone who would like to join an association. I mean, it's not set up specifically for Keshe Foundation, but it's a standard association format within most governments, apparently. I wasn't aware of some of the benefits of being in association, but one of the knowledge seekers from Germany told us that when the pandemic hit in Germany, that even though average citizens were recommended not to gather in any sort of large groups, but if you were a member of an association, that recommendation did not apply to you. So you can see right then and there that associations have certain distinct advantages, and I'm probably sure that it's much more than just a meeting together. As he said, this is the way they're setting it up in the legal process to make it work.
We still ban citizens of Belgium and Ghana to join Keshe Foundation in any shape or form. Do not use VPN, because when we ask for your ID, complete certification, and you are from Belgium, you'll be blacklisted forever to join in any shape or form, even when we draw the system.
Is anyone understanding that? I've never used a VPN, but it was quite popular when people were in China. Many people were using it and circumventing the system. Mr. Keshe says not to do that, otherwise you'll be blacklisted forever. Gee, that's a long time. I don't understand that quite, but apparently I don't know what's going on. Anyone that has computers want to explain that about not using a VPN? It's quite popular. I mean, people use it every day just to sort of protect themselves from whatever. So, but don't use it in this circumstance. Be careful about the VPN.
And the citizen of Ghana. You got to understand, Keshe Foundation 2026 is becoming one of the major operators in energy, space, automotive, and agriculture.
And just to show you, this was the page that Rick has brought up. If you click on that, keshefoundation.at, this is the page. I think it brings you to something else before that, but you click on that and you have to set up a username, password, and the rest of it. But again, up to you, but it carries quite some benefits, and that's how the structure for you to fully enjoy it, apparently for €1 a year, don't exclude yourself from the structure, if you understand it. What's being, and again, none of us fully understand. I certainly don't, maybe others do.
We will change this year everything that you are used to in the past decades, centuries, and a new understanding, which will come in line with what we have shown, we have taught. Thank you very much, and I hope you can support us the way you have supported us up to now. We need to go through this phase to break and change the course of humanity. Register within the foundation structure, which we have announced, that we'll explain to you on 21st of March what it means to be and how it will change your life. And it then is your decision how you want to move and how you want to change it.
Any comments? Any thoughts? Again, you'll have to position yourself to do some of these things. It's not going to be done for you, but register with the foundation, with the structure that, as he says here, has been announced. I thought we'd go back to the teaching. Mr. Keshe again was giving us more confidence and trusting how close we are to the Creator. And I thought that was, again, most of the structures on this planet. And what was it? I did go to the Keshe Foundation wiki, and there was something that I looked under. You are a galaxy. Okay, we're going to put a couple of these things from the Keshe Foundation wiki, KF Plasma Times. But it just starts out with this article Mr. Keshe wrote, apparently, I believe. You are a galaxy. And I just highlighted the first line. In the path of belief, it does not matter where you go or what we do. We find at the end of it that we all believe in one thing. Man up to now has never been given the confidence that his inner being is the source of his own creation of the new dimension. And as Mr. Keshe said in this last workshop, your intention and your inner energies bring this creation about. But as I said earlier as well, we've never understood the mystery of the matter state of the entity and its energies. So I just thought I'd share that. We're going to put this link into the chat as well. Again, many of these papers all of this work is going to be embedded within the One Nation network, but there it is. You are a galaxy. And as we read in some of the books, and there's more books coming, the man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And as he said, or as is even said here, as we said, micro is like macro, and everything is the same. So, as he said, the secret's in your brain, and the spaceship is within your soul. But it's for us to sort of trigger it. And we're getting a bit of outside help from that to maybe trigger it a little faster. Okay, so I'd like to go back to at least part of the teaching. I think around 30 minutes, or I had picked out a spot around 29 minutes and 11 seconds. Let me just see. I've made a note here. 29:16. So we're going to go back to that. Again, Mr. Keshe is asking us to ask ourselves some very profound questions. You know, of course, we all know now we're definitely not alone in the universe. If you understand the process of creation, it's an impossibility to be alone in the universe. So we've been sort of fooled on that. But again, he goes into more about our souls and were we created on this planet, or is this another part of a myth? We're certainly here, but where did our soul come from? Is it created on this planet? And again, the idea about these intermediaries interfering with our development or blocking it or dragging us in the wrong direction. And we've been so, in a way, innocent and trusting, and it's come down and ingrained through us through the generations, our parents and the rest. I was just thinking, you know, they had my family in the church. We went to the church and we were all singing, you know, to save a wretch like me. And I'm looking at my mom and she's singing it, and my dad is singing it, and my sisters are singing it, and we're all being fooled. And they're probably, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, laughing in the background to sing something like, you know, Christ or God has to save a wretch like me, where now we understand more fully that we're made in the image of the Creator, and we don't need those intermediaries or charlatans. But as he said, unless you like or want to be abused. So the more we can benefit from this, it'll also, apparently, there could be some charlatans or gurus we meet along the way in space as well. So we need to be prepared not to just easily throw your lot in with them. Okay, so here we go. We'll play it right to the end, and that probably will take us. Let's check Alex's temperature. Are we cool, calm, and collective, or are we still cooking? Do you need more time, in other words? Or are we fairly on schedule? We'll just go about 20 minutes or 19 of this particular teaching. And of course, you can all hear it. It's 6:29. The workshop Mr. Keshe delivered last Thursday. They're all on the Keshe Foundation's YouTube website, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Go ahead, Alex, please.
Yeah, about 40 minutes. Is that okay?
40. Okay.
Well, it's the usual time.
Whatever. Yeah. There's plenty more to explore. Even Ike's question I thought was very good as well, and or we can continue in this workshop. Again, it's gonna take a little bit of time to unravel it fully, but at least that's our desire, to learn the knowledge of the universe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because he understood he's connected direct and he can deviate to abuse itself. If man does not need intermediary to receive the beauty and the rays of the sun of this solar system, how come he needs intermediary to understand the creator of that sun, which is the creator of itself, what you call the God? If man matures to understand this, then you understand why it said, I made man in the image of myself. Then there is another dimension of understanding for man to understand further. You're knowledge seekers. You seek the knowledge of the universe, the true knowledge, not the made up one by false people like Einstein, to benefit itself. There is no difference between Moses abused people and Einstein abused knowledge. They're both the same crooks.
And that's pretty strong language. I always thought Einstein was sort of held in high esteem. And of course, the Christians, in a way, are in the tradition of Moses, not totally, but that's one of the prophets in a way. And here he's saying they abuse people and knowledge in different ways, or physically abuse people and abuse people with the knowledge. I didn't think they knew what they were doing, but maybe they did. But they were certainly elevated in a way to be recognized as someone to be respected. And maybe that's very similar to what we see now with the world spokespeople. They've been elevated to be respected too, but now a bit of their garment has been torn, or they're missing, as he said, a piece of the shirt.
You as knowledge seekers understand, you made it, you put ganses together, you've seen the color of the gas changes because it transfers energy. You have seen, and we have shown you how we make materials, replicate one because we create energy of. This should have raised an alarm with all of you. If you understand, you can transfer one to another. Then it comes one of the most fundamental points of the creation. And this will bring what I call fear to many of you to understand.
So this was the whole idea of the teachings, was just to show you in a way the transfer of energy in a very simple way. There's much more you can do with these tools, but in a simple way, just showing that energy can move from one entity to another, or can be pulled and transferred, or created within our own structure. So this is what he's saying, but he said let's just let it play.
You transfer in ganses energy from one to another. You call it transmutation. You transfer energy in the depth of totality, and you create life within. Now comes to you a very direct question, and it's you as a human race who have to ask this question, not me. Did life started on this planet in the shape of the man?
And this is what I thought he said, that, or he was asking us a question around the time a few months ago with the 3I. Did 3I seed us when we were in the position of Mars? He said they were seeding on Mars right now for when Mars moves into the position of Earth. Now he's saying, again, are we, were we created on this planet? I know there's many souls lined up to come in to have an experience in the matter state, but he's asking, again, since we're so far out of the galaxy, life started much closer to the center than the outskirts. And as he said, we're a collection of, in a way, used fields, or collection of half-lives of other fields.
Or did the intelligence arrive, and in a condition of the atmospheric condition of this planet, according to the condition of the energy, in respect to the place, time, and position, gave it the image of the man, life, and in different condition of arrangement becomes animals, trees, and the rest. We talk about the creation of essence of the soul of the man. Did it start from here? Or if you understood the transmutation as there is one replicates in the other, was life created in another part of the universe? And in creating, matching an environment was created on Earth. Are we truly, in essence of the soul, from this planet?
Now, hasn't he always taught that the soul of this planet, in a way, created us in combination with the sun and the environment and the rest? We're a reflection of that soul in a way. And now he's sort of putting it in a little different way. Anyone want to explain that or share anything in their understanding? Are we all not from here? Again, quite unconventional thinking or asking you to think about. And
I
apparently,
don't see those things as mutually exclusive. I think there are a lot of realities that are simultaneous. That's my take on it. At least that's how I feel comfortable with some of these apparent black and white contradictions. That's my take.
I could be coming and going at the same time.
Yes.
All right. Well, we know if you look up on the Wikipedia by location, there's many, well, not many, but there's probably many more that weren't included. Many famous philosophers and others were seen in two locations at the same time. So perhaps they had some sort of knowledge or were able to do it, or maybe they just, again, I don't know. But if you go to Wikipedia, look up by location, again, they say it's a pseudoscience, but apparently the Buddha was able to do it, and Christ showed us the transmutation as well. Buddha was able to stand on a lake and move himself from one side of the lake to the other and manifest in the blink of an eye. So apparently that knowledge is there, and some people have practiced it and actually gained it. But again, they call it secret knowledge. Mr. Keshe is opening this up to all of us. This is the idea of that energy dimension that we were not aware of at all. And apparently every created thing has the attributes of the creator. So it's not only myself who can, and yourself, but even the butterfly can do the same thing. And it does a little bit of that as it's creating its own existence in the matter state. I guess we do too, in a way. Somebody said a few years back in the chat, Mr. Keshe mentioned about okay, you're leaving us in mystery. I don't know if you want to open your mic and explain more, or we'll go back to the teaching. Okay, here we go.
Or we are replication of transfer of energy within the plasma of the universe and the unicos, matching as matches the others. In fact, if you understand this, comes to one point that are we all the reflection of each other, which totality of the creation creates the creator. We spoke about transmutation. As we have seen, scientifically, you can replicate, produce another entity in another position because you create a condition, which means we created the condition on 10, 11, 12th of May in a concrete building behind lead glasses, gold, silver, and you took it home.
And that's what I was saying. If that material was analyzed, it has no fingerprint from this planet. So in a way, that demonstration showed that. It also showed the Big Bang Theory is irrelevant. But perhaps he's reflecting on that in this workshop where he said, does our soul actually have a fingerprint of being created on this planet, or is it from somewhere else? And we've heard a lot, it put a lot of different ways. But again, it's for you to decide based on your observations and understanding.
The energy was there. We created a condition for it to manifest. So the energy of the soul of the man, is it from this planet? And isn't it just because it's transmitted to the direction of the environment has taken the shape of the man?
That's what he indicated at one point. It's only because of the fields traveling the universe, your soul, and traveling through the fields of this planet that forces that sort of creation in a way. And I guess others create differently, but the soul of the man apparently has to take that shape because it's demanded by the magnetic gravitational fields and the inertia of the environment and the soul of the planet. So we're only sort of temporarily as a man in this position as we understand it. And the soul can take on anything. Okay, Daniel has continued here. I'll start from the beginning. A few years back, Mr. Ketch mentioned about a negative sector of the galaxy and some of the entities that sector arrived on this planet around the time of the building of the pyramids. Their descendants are still here, perhaps as psychopaths. Okay. Well, it seems we all are quite destructive in small ways and large ways once we understand how the love of creation or souls are created and they've manifested in the physicality, they become sacrosanct. So perhaps we've all got some, again, examining to do about how we view things, but people first have to understand the process a little bit to be able to view it that way. Yes, Daniel, I see you've opened your mic. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me now, Mark?
Could be a bit louder if you could.
Let me
Could you give us a tad more or come closer?
try, but I'm trying to locate where I can.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can deal with, we can deal.
I'm at the top of my output right now, Mark.
Okay.
But no, he mentioned about, well, this is a few years back. He mentioned about the negative sector of the galaxy,
Okay.
and that those entities that inhabited that particular sector, excuse my voice, Mark, but due to my medications in the afternoon, my voice goes.
Okay.
But the case essentially, they did come in around the time of the building of the pyramid. Now they never did leave, and they came in, as you know, the way we form a manifestation from the soul. They would have came in looking like us, because otherwise they'd have no choice.
Mm.
And essentially, they're still here. They're descendants. And I think Keshe mentions quite a bit about them all the time. The Jews.
Yeah, maybe as we change the frequency vibration on this planet, the lower emotions will dissipate. They can't handle the higher energy of love and giving and enlightenment, and there'll be nothing for them to attach to. I don't know. He seemed to indicate that the fear and certain things are of a lower frequency or strength, but there's still a lot to understand about that. Again, we change this is what Mr. Keshe has always said, change the environment and the situation changes. We don't have to kill them or destroy them. We change the environment and they go somewhere else. Yes?
Yeah, you're just proving my point from before. Depends on the environment and depends on the circumstance. Things can be different. It's just like we are matter and we are energy. So I don't see contradiction between a lot of these things.
Right. It's just our thickness, I guess. Or my father used to tell me, boy, are you thick? That meant stubborn and things don't.
Right.
Maybe we're brothers, Mark.
Go ahead.
That maybe we're brothers.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Earl. Anyone else want to make a comment? Again, we're all just sort of waking up to something that's been hidden from us, as I read. And actually, I should put that one in the chat, which is you are a galaxy. So let me do that while I'm thinking of it. Of course, when Alex takes over shortly, I can do more of that work, but I'm going to put this in. And again, it's very encouraging to think you're a much bigger structure than some sort of just an entity that comes, manifests, and that's the end of it. When life is over, you're over too. Well, as Mr. Keshe said, if you wait till you get into the universe, you certainly are going to have a lot to learn. So that's why we're trying to, in a way, practice an aspect of immortality by learning some of these transmutations and things that actually Christ showed us, but all the Christians got sort of diverted into a different story. I said he showed you the transmutation and all the Christians missed it. And I repeated the typical story throughout my life until I started to come in contact with the Keshe Foundation and saw it from a different point of view or a different observation. But maybe there was more to the story than we find in some of these holy books. Okay, so let's see, is that in the chat? Yes, it is. Okay, you are a galaxy. Enjoy that. And there's many, many others on the Plasma Times and many articles in the Keshe Foundation wiki. All right, we're going to go back then to the teaching, or perhaps we can go back to the teaching after we do the creation of the Dome of Peace. And I hope I have everything pulled up properly. Let's just see. And now is the time, and I'll bring the background up if I could. Now is to make sure we're sharing this. And every day at 9 p.m., till we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet, knowledge seekers around the world will meet on the energy dimension. Again, you're exploring that energy dimension, and you can take 1 nanosecond, 1 minute, or whatever you'd like to give from yourself through your emotions to the soul of the world leaders. You're not giving to the world leaders, you're giving to the soul of the world leaders, that they pick up some of those fields. Collectively, we're creating a beautiful bouquet. It's up to the souls to pick it up, not us to demand it or force it, and change a dimension within the leader's dimension of physicality, whether it's becoming more peaceful, allowing more freedom, to question themselves of why are they killing and imprisoning humanity and the rest of this. So you can actually be quite effective in this process, and you're also learning about your energy dimension. And of course, it's a two-step process. And again, you can participate in one, you can participate in the other, or you can participate in both. And one is starting by releasing the what we call the GANS waters, or nanomaterials that seem to have a degree of intelligence where they know where to go and they know what to do, and that is to bring balance into a situation. So Stefania is going to read the first one, but the Brazilians have put this up a number of years ago. The Chinese have been doing this, and you're adding energies to the structure in a way, just by releasing GANS waters down your drain, around your property, leaving it out for food for animals. They will help to spread it as well. And I think this is going to be energized a little bit more, or perhaps confirmed, as the energies on this planet start to come under this grid network that the One Nation Network is setting up. And as Mr. Keshe said, we need many of these units, but this is only part of the combination. The One Nation Network or releasing of GAN waters is part of the whole structure of creating this. And as I said, the Chinese have been doing it. So let's go, let's go to Stefania and hear the first step of the Dome of Peace. Again, you can find making GANS waters. We're not touching the GANS, so to speak. We're just using the water from the top of the container down about a third or so after it's settled out. And this is what we call the GANS waters, and it can be used, as Alenka was telling us earlier, in a variety of ways. But this is part of a collective process where just by releasing GANS waters, it gives some work to do for the physicality. But as we understand, we're using the matter state to reach the second step, which is the collective power of the souls, or your soul as an individual souls. But we know collectively they're a bit stronger. So let's hear the first part of creating a Dome of Peace. Again, this process will continue until we've reached a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. it's almost like peace within ourselves. It's the first step, and we need to work on that. Maybe some people reach it in a minute, maybe some people in a day, or some people in a year. Or again, it's probably a process that's ongoing. Out of balance and rebalance, out of balance and rebalance, or potentially out of balance and rebalance. As Mr. Keshe said, the creator has the same emotions of anger, jealousy, but he's learned how to tame them. So this is where we learn how to create the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. So again, this is the first step. You can work with both. You can work with one if you're more comfortable with the Gans waters and not believing in your soul. I remember Mr. Keshe saying some of the knowledge seekers believe more in the Ganses than they believe in their own soul. But we're developing both and trying to understand both. And I'm not going to criticize anyone for the way they want to approach this, because that soul is on some sort of journey. Remember, this is a game of the souls as I see it, not so much the physicality as the afterthought. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and this is the collective power of the souls. And we can take 1 minute. We can see how easy this process is. Working with the plasma doesn't take a lot of work, doesn't take a lot of energy. We're just collectively uniting our energies and giving to whoever you'd like to give to. The world leaders, and this helps you in the bigger process of interacting in the universe, I believe. And of course, you're nourishing yourself at the same time. You can't give without receiving. So again, if you're working, if you're hiking, biking, you don't have to stop that, because Mr. Keshe said the physicality is not involved in this process. So if you're driving the car or making dinner, you can take that nanosecond or that half a minute or whatever you'd like to. And then, of course, extend it to multiple times a day and start to use that energy dimension and start to feel comfortable with it. I know I wasn't comfortable at first. Thinking this wishes and wishing things would happen, or that was for children. I said, this is not for adults. We roll up our sleeves and get things done in the matter state, not being totally aware of this energy dimension and how we're very, very powerful or subtle field generators, either way. So let's hear the second step of the Dome of Peace. Any comments? I'm talking too much. We're going to go back to the workshop where we'll check Alex's cooking and see if the table is set. But let's just listen to the second part, and then we can take 1 minute and just demonstrate how this process works. And as I said, if I haven't said, the beauty of this whole process is nobody fails this test. So don't double think yourself and think, did anyone feel me or did I reach anyone? That's not the part of the, it's just for you to learn to give in this process, but understanding that no one fails this sort of test or this process.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. So you can see what the directive is, and we can join collectively, and maybe we should just demonstrate that and go through this process. And of course, this is just when we're doing it collectively. You can extend this to any time or any entities you'd like. Again, connecting with the 3i, connecting with someone who's been gone a while from the planet, perhaps, and opening up this dimension of energy which has been systematically hidden from the man. And as Daniel is saying, there's many energies here, but as we elevate, I think those energies will either dissipate or change locations. I think Mr. Keshe acknowledged that at one point in time. So let's just I'll bring this back up. Remember, you can join every day. This is a continuing process, and it may not, as he said, this is not a day job, thinking you do something and in one day it's finished. This is a continuing process. I'm sure the creator is continuing to give. We need to continue to give, and this gives us, in a way, a leg up of going into the universe and understanding how the energy dimension works. You may need fields, or you may interact with entities that need fields, and you become the giver or you become the receiver. This is the way it works in the universe. So we're just sort of practicing, and let's just take 1 minute, think of a world leader or another spokesperson that you'd like to elevate. It could even be in your local church organization or structure that you're involved in there. But this is specifically for the leaders, but it applies across the board. Working in the energy dimension, again, does not take a lot of work. It just takes your intention and a little bit of emotion put behind it, and you send those fields out. We never realized what field producers or reactors we are. We're like low energy nuclear reactors. I think Mr. Keshe actually described people as that at one point in time. So let's just take 60 seconds. We can go back to the teaching, but we'll check in with Alex before that. Okay, so we'll start for 1 minute and just use your energies to elevate another soul. thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And that, as he said, those who have become messiahs, that have learned to give through their souls, that the physical life on this planet changes for people, then you're worthy to be part of the universal community or to operate in that dimension. But I think we still have some perfecting to do. We're probably already operating in that dimension and we're not fully aware of it. As I said, this is a game of the souls, and they have their own line of communication, or they don't call it souls in the universe. We know they call it central energies, and apparently everything that we can see and even things we can't see has that central energy dimension, and this is what we're interacting with. Oftentimes, Mr. Keshe says, I don't interact with the doorman, which is the physicality. I go straight to the general, which is the energy dimension or the soul of the man. And this is how the changes come. And he's even mentioned that again in this last workshop, that the soul has to want to bring the changes. The GANs and the other things are just a tool. So if it's your wish to become more peaceful, and what we're doing here is just waking up the soul of the collective, humanity. As Mr. Keshe said, they cannot bring it. Humanity has to want the change and has to bring the change. And this is going to come through if we're going to keep it, it's going to come through the elevation of the soul. Because as he said, if we give you the advanced technology without a soul elevation, within 1 or 2 generations, you'll be right back to the same behavior. So there's quite a remodeling process going on, not only on this planet, but apparently across the universe, that all of the created beings since the beginning will have this understanding and be able to transit between these 2 dimensions of physicality and energy dimension. And this is the aspect of immortality in a way where you play off one against the other. But it's for you to understand it, investigate it, and open the door to it as you decide. Okay, let's get back to Alex if we can, unless somebody has a comment. We're going to go back to the teaching unless you're ready to begin, and it looks like he's ready. Welcome, and thank you for continuing to share and be with us, and continuing to enlighten us through this knowledge and exposing more and more of it. Thank you, Alex. Please carry on.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, for leading the pack with the Keshe American Knowledge Team. And we have some little treats today coming around. So just before we begin, we do need to take care of some business.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's interesting.
Good afternoon.
I created these titles about 2 months ago, and it's interesting how things dovetail together. So I want to welcome the team here. We are represented in many languages, in many countries, many continents, and we're kind of bringing up the rear with respect to the knowledge seekers workshops coming on Thursday, the Brazilian community charging ahead on Friday, and here we are on Sunday, the day after Valentine's Day. So it's a very interesting subject, and the timing is also very interesting. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're still in the basic picotech and cleaning it up because there's a lot of biggity bangity to talk about. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February the 15th, 2026. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all for being here and making this such an important event. We've been trying to, over the years, put together the bite-sized pieces and make people not only aware, but enhance their ability to discuss. So we needed new terminology, and that's where we started. And we've been adding terminologies as we go along, because when you talk about something that's new and you're using words that relate to something that's old, you start to understand why we can't bridge that gap between the old knowledge and the new knowledge. Of course, there's another thing that confounds us, and that has to do with the fact that actually people are blowing up these bridges. And so we need to do a little blowing up on our own. And we've been going through the Picotech series. We started with the Pico core, forms of construction, deconstruction, reconstruction, the Pico star, and yeah, today the biggity bangity. And you really have to understand how serious this is when the famous TV show serialized The Big Bang Theory as a comedy series, and rightly so, because we are in the process of defining matter, and what matter is the manifestation of energy. And so that terminology initially invited confusion because the small m matter state, which is the physical, is the old science, and the capital M matter state is the new science. And the manifestation, we now understand, is a form of binding. And so in that form, it becomes a form of creation. And so we ask ourselves, what did we do in the beginning? How, our favorite question was, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And it's kind of a, sarcastic question, but the answer is the first came the principal matter. And that's why it's called the principal matter, because in the beginning, there were PM ticks that are traveling all through the universe. And of course, they're magnetical now, we understand. These are energy packs that are traveling all over, and they diverge, come from different directions, and they combine into a dilution field of a force field. And in that process, we create a plasmagen conversion, which is the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen. But in order for it to manifest in physicality, it has to interact with another MAGRAV condition. And the interaction of one MAGRAV with another MAGRAV is called an inertia field interaction. And so to understand that, we have to understand what the difference is. Well, the most confusing thing, of course, was time. And the physicality allows something that is kind of unique, and that is a delay in consequences. Consequences always are a result of action. And so these results could be visible or tangible, but they also may be non-visible or non-tangible. But the key point is they can be delayed or they can be instantaneous. And this is not really a new discussion. This has been going on for a long, long time. So when we look at destruction, we have to understand that it is not possible to have destruction. You say, well, when two forces come together, is it destruction or is it creation? You see, the destruction is a kind of creation. So you always have to ask yourself is what kind of creation are you creating? And that is the attribute of the crudeness of the matter state. So the matter state really is our matter plasma dimension, which, as we say, the small m matter, we can touch it and we can see it, but the capital M matter, we can't touch it and can't see it. And so the plasma dimension is part of the feeding, but the matter plasma dimension is part of the feedback. So whether we can see it or we cannot see it, man is always feedback dominant in one way or another, and every excuse under the sun is acceptable. But here we are emerging outside of the box of the old science. And in order to do that, we have to go beyond the limit where we can't see with our eyes. We have to see with our mind's eye, or we have to see with some kind of external device. And this has been a very serious problem because in the scientific community, verification and validation is only accepted and acknowledged if we have a man-made device to measure it. Well, remember, a man-made scientific device is in its physicality, and the plasma is not. So by definition, we are hindered from advancing. So we have to look outside of the box, and not only just outside of the box on the micro level, but we came into the nano state, which is 10 to the minus ninth, and then we found we can go another 3 levels of magnitude down to the pico state, and we are continuing to explore. But as this is part of the pico state series, it's instrumental in understanding why we're in the beyond the Beijing time, where the 2025 gold rush has begun. On May the 10th of last year, we were able to create gold out of thin air. And of course, this year it's expanding into the silver rush of 2026. But there are rushes all over the place. So the thing is that this was done in very short order. So upon reflection, when we look at construction, then you say, well, that could take hundreds of years because it's physical the way we understand it. But the destruction can take only minutes or even seconds. And all it requires is some kind of explosion. So, as we said, the destruction is a form of construction. But what if construction itself could be faster? And this is where the plasma science comes into play. Because if we want to see what is going on, let's look at nature set up that picture. And we use a frozen gas ball to see the gravitational core and the magnetical hairlines emanating from it. And so that becomes the construction zone, and it includes both operations there. But what is the source? And that would be the pico-atomic source that is within the nano-monatomic state. And so this is where we've gone beyond that state to help us explain how we get to that transmutation highway. And what is the difference? Our transmission-based reality on the carbon-12 deals with frequencies, but when we get on the transition highway of the carbon-14, we find a different connection and a different method of travel. And when we get on the transmutation highway, then we start to realize that there are some lies that we've been told that are just not making any sense. And so that becomes your first answer. When the answers that you've been given don't make any sense, and then you're given an alternative which makes more sense than our education system has permitted, then different questions come in. So the things we do know and we can see all around us is we can see these waveforms. And of course, it causes us to do some kind of deviation from our standard path. So if we want to go a straight line, sometimes we have to drive a crooked mile. And that is part of the transmission, as we see here on the Karakoram Highway. So our movement is magnetical, but it consists of parts of the gravitational form, because we always gravitate towards that straight line, even though we have multiple deviations. So these deviations, of course, are the frequencies. And we can argue in a singularity, it's a sine wave. You go up and down and it's kind of uniform. But that's kind of an artificial situation because sine waves operate in duality or even more. And so we can just see by changing one dimension, we are creating a different kind of structure, even though it's the same thing. And so the question is it symmetrical? Is it a reflection? Or is it a reproduction of an original image? And then we find that we can modulate that, either by increasing the amplitude or overlapping different frequencies. So in order to answer these questions, which have stymied many students over the years, because of kinds of narratives that have been carried over for hundreds of years, we see when the books of merit have a called Keshe, such as in book number 1, we see the universal order of the creation of matter, where we're bringing together the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And so that we bring it into singularity. But if we have the structure of light as outlined in book number 2, we can go from one unity to another unity. And so then we have a twinity. And then, of course, how are these unities and twinities created? And so in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, sees how the one can be divided into the two. And so in a simple term, you see how the one expires for the benefit of the other two. But that is not necessarily what has to happen. It's just an explanation of how it can happen, because does one have to be completely destroyed to create another one? But what we're saying is you can't create another one, you would create another two. And so for 417 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been bringing us to one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And it's, kind of strange that something like that would have to happen. There are universal needs with respect to our existence on this planet. Air, water, food, and shelter are among them. Peace and prosperity are there as well. Here we are looking back on our history, which is contentious into how far we can go back, depending on if you're talking about previous civilizations hundreds of thousands of years ago, or just our current calendars, which only go back 1,000 years or so. So we have to wonder, what is the reality? But what we've told, of course, is how important the gravitational aspect is. Understanding the angular density, understanding that we've been told that we're fallen angels because we're falling through weakness. And in that process, we increase our density and there's an increased pressure that's reflected in the increased gravity. And of course, that's an increased dependence on Earth space feeding. But there's the internal pressure of the Gans field, which is counterbalancing. And so we also have a law where the angular momentum is conserved. So you cannot destroy anything, so you can only change its nature. So confrontation is the result, because that duality invites duals. And that energy which manifests could manifest as a friction. And of course, if we look at our hands and how they come together, if we clench the fists, well, that could manifest into fighting. And that's why they say, you know, you have to be gentlemanly. You have to shake hands, but come out fighting. And that's just a misconception of the inertia density manifestation that we have to go through as part of the entertainment. And so the entertainment is very entertaining, and I recognize that. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Except that when that entertainment becomes life-threatening, and then we look at, to understand our existence, we're told via commandments what we need to think about, what we need to understand. And if the first commandment is, I am the Lord your God, that speaks of an intermediary. So we can't speak directly to the source. And then, of course, number 11, which is beyond the original 10 commandments, which I grew up with, is another 14 for a complete pack case of 24. Thou shalt not lie. Well, going back to line number 1, I am the Lord your God. So this contradiction is something that we've been living with for so long, and we accept it as an important energy binding fact. Energy binding is important for our self-serving needs. That's the dimension point as we come together, me, myself, and I, the 3 dimensions, and we come together with the plasma science. But do we have to do it at the expense of others in the conventional physical science, where we lie, cheat, steal, and kill to preserve ourselves, and then we get surprised when other people are having the same kind of issues, and they either have to confront you, or they have to steal from someone else, or they just suffer in their silence and solitude. So we are deficient in our vitality. And so we're looking for enhancement in our vitality through the plasma science, because many of us are in our activities just louche leakers, and louche is our vitality. And it's something that a lot of people like to steal from us because they are unable to remember how they originally got it. So we are in the position now where we can deliver serious enhancement. We can do it on the regular way, or we can do it on the super way as a superconductor. Either way, we have an understanding now of the susceptibility in singularity. How do we look at the Gans powder as we did in Beijing? And how do we convert that to gold? Because it involved a gravitational completion. And that came about by an external input of the Gans field of humanity. Yes, we are the external input. And so that changed the whole process, where we had the Gans powder and we turned it into gold. And that's the susceptibility in duality. But we're talking about the pico state. And so when we see the PM ticks, how they come together and navigate from all corners of the universe. And it's interesting to say all corners of the universe when we look at the galaxies and how round they are. But they seem to be round and flat. They seem to all rotate on the same field. And it's interesting that they don't really appear as spherical as they should be, because we're seeing the product of the interaction of these fields. These are called the inertia fields. So these PM ticks squeeze together, come together magnetically, and then manifest gravitationally. And because energy cannot stop, energy cannot be grabbed onto, energy can only be corralled within a field. And so it requires a pattern. And so to determine that strength, we have to look at the path link and susceptibility and how we can navigate the various levels that we have. And so there's a range between the magnetical and the gravitational, and that's in one direction. But then we have the magnetical and the gravitational in another direction on the left, and the gravitational magnetical on the right. And so we have the two dimensions, up and down and from left to right. And we can navigate from one to another by changing the strength. And so when we start at the basic and we look at the nature of the picostar and how it manifests into a picoplanet like Saturn, and what's interesting is, although the Saturn is that rotating field, at the North Pole, it exhibits a hexagonal opening. How do you get from a round field to a hexagonal opening? There has to be some kind of overlapping of energy, isn't there? So that we go from the singularity to not only the duality, but beyond. And so that becomes the transaction zone, because the singularity requires a solo effort, but the duality requires a partnership. But the true partnership requires reciprocity. In other words, a balance of incentives. And a balance of incentives is mutually beneficial. And so we see in the creation of these PM ticks and how they manifest into carbonic acid. And isn't it interesting that we see this equidistant bonding? And you say, well, gee, is that symmetry or is that a reflection? How did it manifest that way? What is this carbonic acid? Well, this is a molecule that rapidly converts to water and carbon dioxide in the presence of water. So the interconversion of carbon dioxide and carbonic acid is related to the breathing process of all aerobic organisms and to the acidification of natural waters. So action and reaction. So the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So how does that compare with the physical rule where the higher strength beats the weaker strength? The higher strength eats the weaker strength, or even the higher strength bombs the weaker strength. So that becomes the transaction zone, becomes a point of conflict, a binding zone. When these two fields come together, they come together in the density and they manifest together. That is an inertia density manifestation zone. So when we look at the nanocoding as we did before, and we saw the nanocharges, what we had to understand is that they facilitate a charge and a discharge. There's no such thing as a negative charge. There's a negative charge direction, because that charge is either charging or discharging, and it can be stacked up in layers, and they can be aligned as a nanotube. And so in that way, they create a pattern and a replication. And so that's a nano alignment that we see when we nanocode a copper wire. But how does the copper wire become carbon nanocrystals? And these carbon nanocrystals are diamonds. and they facilitate a monatomic alignment, and they turn into a superconductor. And then we find this way, this nanolayer stacking, it can be aligned as a nanotube, or the diamond structures themselves can close the tubes. And so we have interstitial binding or nesting. So the nanomonatomic layers, layer on layer and layer, 40,000 layers of nanocoating, at least, it's a conservative estimate. But is that the maximum? And does it matter? It matters in terms of field strength. But what matters the most are the nano gaps, because they're created in between these layers. So what happens in that result? Well, we create the basis of a star formation, which we call a tetrahedron. So when you take your first two fingers and you put them towards each other and take one hand and rotate it 90 degrees, you see how you can create the image of the star formation with the tips of your fingers. And that's what is going on when you do the layer star stacking. And they stack and they stay together. Well, how does that happen? Well, that's because there is an intermediary, a connector intermediary. And based on its strength, it can be covalent, trivalent, tetravalent, in all cases, a bonding. So to understand this star state, we see that the nanostate monatomic star formations have a relationship between the lower layer, in this case, the black circles, and the upper layer, in this case, being the blue circles. So in one connection of intermediaries, we see three black circles with one blue. And then in another, we see the three blue circles with one black as a complete inversion. So looking at it from the side point, we see this synergy develop with this monatomic energy flow. And as one state flips over to another state. But as we know in the new math, that 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, because we believe in the sacrifice. Well, there's nothing to sacrifice. There's only creation. You create one or you create the other. And then you can do this at room temperature and create a superconductor at room temperature. And you keep adding these stars together. And more than 3 in a chain is scientifically a polymer. But when they fold over and create the star formation initially, there's a base that's gravitational, 3 in the base, and 1 is magnetical. And then that base gathers strength and continues to gather and form this inertia density manifestation of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. Inertia density manifestation does not dictate whether or not it stays in the plasma state or in the physical state, because every inertia density manifestation is a step down in energy containment. So at what point does it go from the plasma state to the physical state? Well, we try the reverse process where we take the rotating balls, which are physical, and we see that there's a plasma field that emanates from each ball. But when we put them all together in the star formation, they all interact. So this is what we saw when we put the rotating balls together in Beijing. And you see that star formation is all in the tables that are all the same height. So it's only a one plane, kind of like the galaxy, kind of like the solar system. And now, instead of one rotating ball, we have 2 rotating balls in each one. And it's nice to put out all those silver spoons to try and catch all this gold that is falling from the sky. And you wonder how we're going to catch all that gold in those spoons. I don't know, but the thing is, each dynamic reactor created a plasma field. And at that core, that is a positive energy. That is a gravitational conformation. And that's the point. That is the initial dimension building point. And that's where we come in the singularity. But when we add a second, we only have to connect one, and then we have two with that connection. So when I have to understand what that connection means in terms of charge, because based on the surface to volume ratios, which I've been haranguing on for so many years, but that's the way I was taught. And the reason for that is because I needed clarity. I needed some kind of security in understanding the science. And you need to understand the charge. So clearly, the ends of a straight line have a smaller surface to volume ratio, and the smaller one has a higher negative charge. And so the connection has to be positive. And then if you put a bend in that line, again, you've reduced the surface to volume ratio, which increased the negative charge. And then to balance that off, you had to create another positive charge. So along one dimension, you have positive connected by two negatives. And along the second dimension, you have hydrogen connected to an oxygen. And that is the fundamental way things operate, but things don't all go in straight lines. Look at a banana, for instance. It has a curvature. So based on this description, you can now identify the energy transmission through the banana. The two ends are negative, and the curvature is also negative. But inside, it's inside the radius of the curvature is positive. So then when we look at the Magrav condition of the positive and negative charge, how the hydrogen and oxygen comes together, and we see that it continues where we increase the field strength and how all these come together to balance everything out. At that inflection point, we create more hydrogen and we create more oxygen. And at that point in time, well, we create water because water comes together in an energy parceling unit of H2O, and it is around Magrav. So right away, we start to realize there's a problem here because the hydrogen only has a field strength of 1, and the oxygen has a field strength of 8, and we only have the two hydrogens to balance it out. Well, how do you end up with a round water molecule? And then what happens when you remove that one hydrogen? It's a positive. It's looking to go somewhere, which means what's left behind is a negative. And that means it is looking for supplementation. And that's the hydroxyl that is looking forward to that. And so on that basic principle, we understand how fatty acids, which is the advancement of the basic amino acid, and we see the saturated form, sure, we're balanced off with the carbon and the two hydrogen on the upside and the downside, but on the left to right, there's a definite difference between the water-soluble side and the oil-soluble side. And so based on surface to volume ratio, you can see that it goes from the left to the right here, with the right being magnetical. So that's the point. What happens with the alpha-linolenic acid is that when it bends, it creates this charge across this other dimension. So that straight omega-3, 6, and 9 bends at that third, sixth, and ninth point. And that is the point. So we have a convergence of oxygen coming in the center, and that becomes highly gravitational. So each negative charge is highly magnetical as a result. And so that's how we create the water. And then that process, once it's created and released, then the fatty acid restores itself to its straight format, where it has the gravitational on one side, the magnetical on the other side. So it is now primed to work and repeat the process. And so it bends again, and we create more water and more water. And so in that process, as we create the water, we create the protein. That is the counterbalance. So from the amino acids, we migrate through DNA, through the fatty acids, to the creation of protein, which takes us from that simple and unstable state and makes it very stable through its complexity. And that complexity begins with cells and then more complex cells. So the protein is formed from the amino acids, which are the building blocks. 3 amino acids are the foundation, but the fourth cannot be supported. That's why it causes a folding over. The fourth amino acid folds over to make protein, and the byproduct is water in that process. So then we see how the cells are formed. So there has to be a communication that comes from the outside to the inside, as we see the phospholipids line up to create the barrier of the cell. So that cellular communication is ongoing. If that communication fails, then problems begin. And then other cells form through the same method of communication. And so there is an intracellular communication, so from the outside to the inside, and there's an intercellular communication from one cell to the other cell. So the intracellular communication would be like book number 1, and the intercellular communication would be like book number 2. And so many times you've heard the phrase, I made man in the image of myself. And so this is what happens. One creates the other. So that becomes the question. And what happens if we start to flip? Is it symmetry or is it reflection? Well, clearly, if we flip the bend where the bend was at the top, now the bend is at the bottom, are we reversing the process or are we adding to the process? So clearly, even though we flip the process, it still becomes a relationship of hydrogen to oxygen. So is it symmetry or is it a reflection? This becomes the overriding question. And what happens when we introduce a third field as the basis of the star formation? Is that symmetry or is that reflection? And which way is up and which way is down, or which way is left and which way is right? And oh my God, how do you keep track of all this? And then, of course, when we look at our brain, and thank God it's well organized because it's bringing together those 3 fields of the copper GANs, the zinc GANs, and the carbogen GANs, and coming together, we see the manifestation of the pituitary. So the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain are symmetrical. Or are they a reflection of each other? And which way is up? Well, for most of us, we walk on the ground, not on the ceiling. So we understand which way is gravitational. So if we look at a rainbow reflection like this, we know that this is not normal. How can we be so sure? Well, if you look at the pattern and you see that the red, which has a lower frequency, and the blue, which has a higher frequency, determine their position. The red is on the outside of the arc and the blue is on the inside of the arc. And so when you look at the reflection, the same is true. That is impossible. That is unnatural. When you look at the symmetry, the outside arc will be red on the inside and blue on the outside. That would be a reflection. And then the part in the middle is the part that is at the watershed point of that reflection. That creates the peace dome that allows you to stay within it or to stay without it, because I made man in the image of myself. That's the statement we keep hearing. And so, is it symmetry or is it a reflection? So what's interesting here is when you look at the skeleton of the human or the body of the human, the point here is that there's a left side and a right side. And if you turn around 180 degrees, there's still a right side and a left side. But if you turn sideways, there is a front and there is a back. They are not symmetrical. And the head is at the top and the feet are at the bottom. And that clearly is not symmetrical. So we can say that the head to toe relationship is not symmetrical. And the left to the right is a reflection, because it is symmetrical. In other words, if we were to only look in singularity and just look at ourselves as just being right-handed, no left hand exists, and we turn around 180 degrees, it would be the same. But on the side view, there's a front and a back. Which side are you missing? Are you missing the left side or the right side? And that becomes the point. Sounds strange? It is strange. When we talked about the tic-tac-toe, we were only given two options, X's and O's. Based on surface to volume ratios, the X's are at the corners and the O's are in between. So the X's are negative, the O's are positive. And then we tried to figure out whose turn it was. But then we see all the diamonds that were created through the nano coating, and they point in all different directions. And two most important ones, the transmission, one dimension, transition, another dimension, and they were balanced. So was that symmetry or was that a reflection? But when we remove one, and it only takes one, now we create a direction. So from left to right, we have a balance in the transmission. But in the transition, there's definitely one side is magnetical and the other side is gravitational. Because there's a lot of energy flow in one and a lot of energy containment in the other. So there is no reflection. So to understand these curves, because life is not in straight lines, we sometimes slip up like on a banana peel. But we have to understand that when we look at a banana and how does it apply scientifically, the endpoints are negative and the curvature is negative. So within that structure, you have created the banana. That is your gravitational conformation. So it follows an inertia density manifestation field. And then if you have a reflection, then the question becomes, is it symmetrical or is it a reflection? Change the question. Is it in singularity or is it in duality? Because obviously they are opposite. So it's two bananas, two fields. And when you get these two fields together, you create an inertia density manifestation. And as such, you bring together three fields: transmission, transition, and transmutation. And they have different flavors. And then there's energy that's flowing all around. So you have a balance, don't you, between these fields? And it seems that nothing is happening because they're in equilibrium. They're in a stasis point. But that's clearly impossible. There has to be a difference in one or the other, because otherwise you would know which one is which. So when we continue our dimension building and we add a third and we connect two and we add a fourth and connect three to complete that star formation, and then we end up with two fields where we continue this dimension inertia building, and you have the two star formations coming together, and they create this inertia density manifestation of that point. And that point itself then can be added and connected also to provide two fields. So then we have this progression. But of course, life doesn't just go in straight lines, but it can be modified by external influences. And so now we have another field that is coming across. However, it can be modified as an explosion, as a bomb going off, and separate. But does it have to have that big bang? Or can we continue the dimension inertia building by bringing 2 points together on each point, as we did in Beijing, of that star formation? So we can modify that inertia, the star points, which are each from two fields, and modify them through decoupling, stretching, compressing, squeezing, or deforming. And so when we look at the structure of the phospholipids and what creates that field, you have the hydrophobic tails and the hydrophilic heads, but you have one as a reflection of the other. But they're not the same, are they? They're two separate fields overlapping, and one contains the outside, and one contains the inside, and the center point is that transition field. And so this is how we have the polyatomic solid GANS inertia, because there is no physical bonding, it's a covalent bonding. And so if you're tail to tail, then that becomes connected through the magnetical forces. But if you're working together as a dynamic plasma construction, then these forces all work together and create that fifth plasma field in the center, and that becomes that point. And so from that point, you can either add to, as we did in eradicating the virus with the 1 cup, or you can deplete, as we did in the 2nd cup. So what that means is you convert or you deplete. And that's not destruction, that's deconstruction. And that's all done by counterweights. So the counterweight measures, as we understand them, there's a physical state, which we measure by weight, and there's an atomic state, which we measure by mass, and then that becomes the gravitational component of the counterweight measure. But in the nuclear state, there's a weight measured by Tesla, and the plasma state measured by time, and that's the magnetical component. And so the magnetical and the gravitational components have to come together. And then what you find is that nuclear feeding inertia continues even to the fragments. If you break all that up, you still maintain that gravitational stability, because that dimensional portability exists on each and every dimension point. And each one has the attributes of 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 3, because each of those feeding points continues. They don't get sacrificed. So each of those points are like fragments, and these fragments give you a clue whether or not that energy is converging or diverging. And so that becomes your first part as we, as detectives, trying to figure out how things work. And then we see that interaction continues, and we see that the convergence is gravitational, but the divergence is magnetical. And so we create by common denominator. These commonalities are the clues that tell you what is embedded in that transmission, because the transmission is an alternating frequency of magnetical and gravitational interactions of field forces. And so the embedded transmission rides that. And that is the plasma matter dilemma, you see, because the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GaN state are higher energy states than the states that we usually work in our physicality, but they are all still part of the physical matter state. But they are a product based on a plasma state. And so that is the plasma matter dilemma. We see these three states in 3 dimensions, not understanding that there's a fourth one that supports it. And that fourth one supports it on each and every state. It's because these are all overlapping fields. And they maintain their equilibrium. So that equal sign is actually the gravitational positive sign. And the ends are the negative sign. That is part of the transmission on each and every state. But then we have the transition from one state to the other state, and there has to be a connection to all of these positive things that come together. And that would be the negative connection. But if one has a negative and the other has a negative, and 2 poles that are similar repel, this matter energy transfer state then becomes that gravitational conveyance, that embedded point. So we see how these points come together and create this inflection point. As we say, each point then, as we described before, the negatives are connected by the positive in one dimension and another dimension. So it seems like we are in this 2-dimensional reconstruction. And so the first level that we understand is the creation of water. But it's also the same way that we created the galaxies. And so we see how these things come together in a rotating field, and then it becomes highly gravitational by squeezing all these PM ticks together. And each of these PM ticks also have this magnetical component, but they themselves are magravs, which mean that they have a magnetical and gravitational component. And each of them is a product of the cosmic rays, and they become another manifestation, which eventually evolves into the galaxies, of which we are a part of that. And so each one is a kind of reconstruction, beginning with the negative hydrogen and the positive oxygen, which is the essential fingerprint of our Earth space. And then at that core, we have that picostar. And then we see the structure of the Saturn and how a mid-19th century scientist named Edward Roche, trying to explain the structure of Saturn's rings and moons, he made a calculation called the Roche limit. And he examined the effects of strong gravitational fields upon swarms of tiny particles. But he's most famous for his theory that the planetary rings of Saturn were formed when a large icy moon came too close to Saturn and was pulled apart by gravitational forces. Think about that for a moment. Pulled apart by gravitational forces. And he described a method of calculating the distance at which an object held together only by gravity would break up due to tidal forces. The distance became known as the Roche limit. Let me repeat. They were pulled apart by gravitational forces. So the conservation of the plasmagen state dependency is actually a two-way street. It has to be balanced between the magnetical gravitational force fields, and that's in the transmission between one side and the other. But then we can transition magnetically and gravitationally between state to state. So it involves a substitution, which is the transference of gravitational dominance at that point of substitution, where the intensity equals zero and the outintensity equals zero, the gravitational conformation remains, or the gravitational conformation will dissolve. And that's where something can be something as opposed to being something else. So what is determining that? It's the emission of intention. This is the field dynamic beyond your aura plasma interaction. So the launch point of one field becomes the target point of the other field, and the launch point of the other field becomes the target point of the first field. And this is going back, and it's constantly going back, and the poles are constantly flipping. So these cosmic rays, they keep coming, and they keep coming into a gravitational conformation. And at that core are the picotech, the picostars. Within that cell boundary, that cellular structure that is manifest as a physical inertia density manifestation, which we call a cell. And then we have that nucleus, which is the gravitational conformation of that. And so it too is fed, as we understand the cellular nuclear PM takes coming from the outside to the inside. And then we see how we can migrate with the GANs of the soul and incorporate the cups of life and how they can create a cup of life product. In other words, take 2 cups of emotion and create the GANs of emotion, 2 cups of physicality, create the GANs of physicality, interact the cup of emotion with the cup of physicality, then you get your transaction zone at that picocore. And that's what we are. We are a gravitational entity traveling in the magnetical field. And so when we look at our universal cup, and the head is up, the feet are on the ground. And the field strength of the head is stronger. The stronger field feeds the weaker. So the dynamic transfer state from the universal cup comes to that physical destination state of our feet. But then when we look at what is the energy, and we find that the extremities, the top of the head, the tips of the toes, the tips of the finger, they are negative. And then we look at the head, obviously it's positive. We look at the spine, obviously it's positive. We're only looking at 2 directions. So when we bring our hands together, the left hand facing the right hand, since they are the tips of our physicality, they are negative. And so when we bring them together and when they touch, it has to overcome the field strength of the repulsion. That becomes very positive. But as you spread your arms out, that repulsion gets stronger. which means that that positive field also gets stronger, which means that in between our hands is that positive field. So the left hand is still negative and the right hand is still negative, and the DNA in their fingers are the same. So how can the same DNA give you a different conformity, a reflection, or a symmetry? The DNA is not the factor. Well, what happens if you make a mirror image of your two hands? Take your right hand and put it on a mirror. You will create a left hand in the mirror. I made man in the image of myself. That is your gravitational confirmation. So then you can understand the dilemma with Aphrodite, the ancient Greek goddess of love, beauty, passion, and procreation. This is the day after Valentine's. Know of her central role in myths, like the Trojan War and her birth from sea foam. A member of the 12 Olympians, she was often associated with Venus in Roman mythology. She was considered a powerful, sometimes capricious force, often accompanied by her son Eros. Is it real, or is it just a reflection? So when we look at the carbon inertia highways and we understand we have those three dimensions, each of them is an inertia point that is supported by a plasma field in the background. And that plasma field in the background is an inertia density manifestation as well. And it is supported by another field in the background. And so you have all of these inertia fields coming together in twinity, and each of them facilitates a rotation. So you have multiple turning points. And they all maintain this equilibrium, and they're fed by this cosmic rays. And so it's not just in singularity, they're not in solo, but they work together. And so each of them has a relationship as a magnetical gravitational. And there has to be a consistency, there has to be a gravitational core. And then when you create one, then you create another, and you make man in the image of yourself, where you have this creation of the free plasma of the one star formation, which is one transaction zone, the star formation of another transaction zone, and the two get connected together into that squeezy and that plasma state, which we call the picocore, that gravitational confirmation of the creation of life, that structure within the structure, the coming together of the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and the nitrogen. So when you look at twin curves that are opposite, is that symmetry or is that a reflection? Neither. It is two separate fields. So when we look at Earth's target ranges, we see that the moon space has a magnetical boundary and the Earth space has a magnetical boundary, two separate targets. And there are transition ranges. So we have the magma or the Earth brain and the crust. This is our biosphere, which is a transition from the SiO2, the silicon dioxide, or the H2O, the hydrogen dioxide, or the dihydrogen oxide, excuse me, the biosphere range. That's what's sitting on the crust. And that crust is in between the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is between the magnetosphere and the crust is above the magma. So coming from the core, going from the magma to the biosphere, to the atmosphere, to the magnetosphere, this is all based on density. the density that we are familiar with is the gravitational conformation. And so this is how we rate our dimension in 2 dimensions. The transmission ranges where we go from range to range, or the transition ranges when we go from the atmosphere to the below the ground. In either case, they are part of that dimension that we understand. So as we go across these ranges, each range being a watershed, are we only looking at half the picture? When you look in the mirror, you see your left hand and your right hand, and they are symmetrical. And you look at your face and you see your face, but your face is different from your back. And not only that, but your head is still up and your feet are still down. So how come the reflection only goes from left to right and doesn't go from top to bottom or front to back? There's always a magnetical consistency. It's based on the inertia density manifestation of the gravitational field forces. And there's always a gravitational consistency because gravity seeks density. And so the solid Gans is what accelerates this angular momentum. You don't have to be a fallen angel to understand that. As one plasma field feeds another plasma, there's a relationship where one is magnetical and one is gravitational. And the interaction is the transaction zone. And then that core, we have that Gans. But that came from a soul vision. That soul vision was part of the construction. And that vision is an unconditional truth, a pure plasma straight. And we can see the manifestation of this vision in the symmetry of the architecture. A man-made construct, isn't it? So when we're looking at our construct, we have to discriminate. We have to select our personal star of physicality. And we have chosen the soul of the physicality of our sun. Well, do you choose after you arrive or do you choose before? So it must be a pre-selection process where the soul of physicality of the stars of the universe are also part of that process. And the sun is shielding us on many levels, giving us what we need, that gravitational confirmation of oxygen. That is the one, the emission of light that crosses that threshold, that non-visible gas that shows us how we do that plasmatic decay to Gans, or Gans decay from gas to liquid to solid. And that magnetical emission becomes manifest in colors, a fingerprint that shows the emission spectrum of the oxygen so that we can see that gravitational tracking system. And we find that we need a supplementation due to consumption based on an acquired knowledge of a conditional teaching by ancient teachers. We need the unconditional teaching by the Creator because we're short about 20% in terms of our loosh. We need a new awareness which crosses that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting, don't we? We're into uncharted territory. We are part of that herd at that turning point. There are many stars beyond the nanomonatomic state, covering the range from decay to radiation. We are the AI, that ancestral intelligence We are the technology. We are the inertial product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. So when we're looking at energy, we see that it is portable. It can transition by way of elevation, where the physical matter state elevates to the energy state, or by inertia, where the energy state transitions to the physical matter state. So when we talk about elevation, that involves expansion. And we see the confirmation of the manifestation of the three eye and how it affects our third eye and our understanding. So we have been trying for 629 weeks to teach the Knowledge Seekers workshops so that all of us can come to that greater oneness and suddenly transcend the limitations of the nuclear science. Because there are no limitations. The cosmic ray transmissions continue. And so we can become part of that. And every month we enjoy a session, and you're welcome to join that. This Saturday, yesterday, we enjoyed a special cosmic ray transmission, Valentine's Day special. And so we understand that the Keshe Foundation is establishing research teams because we are in the post-May the 10th, 2025 era where the truth is coming out. We can turn diamonds to gold or silver. That is the pico core of truth. And so we understand in better terms that energy reflection. It's bigger than big business and bigger than big garbage. In that reflection, there's a covalent bond. And that's how we know which way is up. And as we're facilitating a scientific rescue, one nation network at a time, we're opening up the blinds. That time is now, and we're seeing the truth, the reality. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal. We are transferring the energy of the pico star at the nano level, at the pico level, and beyond, and breaking it out into that Gans freakout we call the Gans popcorn, where you have the gas in the center and it facilitates a Gans explosion of many points. And that's what we call the Big Bang. But all of us who were creating the Gans, we weren't hurt in that process. There was no loud bang. It's time to understand that there's a new Plasmagen travel agency. We were born to Earth because we were soul travelers. So we don't need the Big Bang theory to tell us how things work. So please check your bags. We were born for a reason as universal functionaries. So please proceed to the departure lounge. Flight 2026 is now boarding, and so please have a nice trip. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it unconditionally, mean it sincerely, because the point of the pure, true picotech is the polyatomic core manifestation. The overlapping fields of Earth space create that peace dome. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history, or is it time to learn the history of ourselves in In a universal context, the picostate promotes the GANs as a peaceful superconductor. That scientific bang is the pico to GANs explosion, ranging the matter, plasma, and universal states. The plasma science is enhanced daily via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and it brings us to the end of the basic Picotech series. So thank you all for listening.
Well, thank you for presenting, Alex. And as we know, there's this full emotion of creation. Apparently, it's much, much simpler than we've ever thought. I know he mentioned we need to understand this full emotion. The AI would never, or the machines would never achieve it, but it's much simpler than we thought it was. So thank you for delivering, but there's quite a bit to become a master. And this is just the basic series that you're concluding. Let's see if any of the participants have any questions or something they'd like to bring up or take exception with. I don't know, Ike, your camera came on, be careful.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fat thumb.
Problem.
Yeah, Alex, I got a question. That initial, what you put out, the nano coating layers up to 40, 50,000. How do you compare that to the field strength?
More is more, less is less. So numerically, overlapping fields will compound. And 1 and 1 is more than 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 3 because they continue in operation. So what you're doing is enlisting the services of each and every layer to contribute. So you're increasing the gravitational density. The gravitational density is inherent. It's our understanding of the gravitational density that is the core of the problem. We have been measuring our field strength based on the explosive nature of our existence. So the feeding aspect or the killing aspect seems to be an inherent part of our species. But we have to understand that our species and its interaction here is with our Earth space. So this is an acquired action. And because we're all victims and also participants, that field strength is increasing, just like the GANs.
Right, thank you.
All right, any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to share? And I think there's many different ways that this knowledge is starting to come in. They said that Steven Spielberg is going to release a movie. The trailer has already gotten 30 or 40 million views. I think it's called Disclosure Day. So, and then, as I mentioned previously about Elon Musk April Fool's announcement, where he said this was not the frosting on the cake, but the cherry on the cake. And then Mr. Keshe has often talked about Tesla and so on and so forth, and how we could take the sort of the carcass of the car and retrofit it with some plasma. And now Mr. Keshe is saying to automotive dealers something about some technology that'll be introduced maybe late 26 or part of 27. So I think something could be cooking in the background, where we may see for the first time a hovering car. And this will be, again, beyond the imagination of the man that this could be possible, but it'll certainly create a lot of excitement if that's the way. But he's been mentioning Tesla, and he's now mentioned automotive dealers. Does anyone have any thoughts on this?
Well, didn't he have a deal signed with GM around 2010, 2011? And the King of Belgium stopped all that?
Yes.
So if he had that in 2011, imagine what he has in 2026.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And Tesla just released a Hoover bike, like a big skateboard in Dubai a few days ago.
You mean it hovers? It actually?
Yep, it actually hovers.
Okay. So again, maybe we're taking the first steps to overcome gravity. As Mr. Keshe said, he's looking for experts in the field of lift and motion, and also the transfer of energy. Again, similar to what Tesla did, but going beyond that. So I think a lot of things are getting set up. And again, I'm not really deeply involved in delivering. I'm more interested in understanding the ethos so much more than the knowledge. At this point, anyway. As I was saying earlier, the knowledge without the ethos is rather futile in the longer run. Maybe in the short run, it'll get you somewhere, but it won't apparently last without this understanding the ethos, which of course is embedded in the game, as Mr. Keshe indicated. The more you play, the more the ethos of the foundation sinks in. And we put that in the chat as well as a number of other offerings from the Plasma Times. You can see there's a number of publications, many articles, which are interesting to explore if you're one of those types who are exploring different knowledge. So the Plasma Times is a perfect, I think it stopped in maybe 2019, I'm not sure, but it didn't continue on. But there's a lot of beautiful articles that need to be understood and opened up in there. So okay, any other thoughts, comments, questions? We want to thank the Spanish team for dropping in. Unexpected pleasure, but thank you again, and we will try a reciprocation. I guess your meetings have gone to Sundays, is that right? Or are you still having 2 meetings a week? Are there any spokesmen here that'd like to tell us where we can?
Hello.
Yes?
No, we were just meeting in for some experiments.
Oh, okay.
It is not the weekly meeting. There are 2 weekly meetings.
Okay.
On Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay. Do you want to put in anything into the chat that would allow people, or if they have, is the meeting in English and Spanish, or I know most of you are. Yeah.
It's only Spanish.
Okay. But it's the.
But if somebody comes in that speaks English, we can translate.
Yes, I've been there, and you've accommodated me as well. So thank you to the
Yes.
Spanish.
So you're all welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And I want to thank you for all that you do for us. And Alex also, because they are very good lessons, very easy to understand. And all the people who contribute for these meetings.
Yeah.
And of course, to Mr. Keshe.
Yes, that's what
for
he's
giving us this beautiful knowledge.
It's not one anymore. It's all of us. So we're all participating in a way, in whatever way you choose to participate. But I think we're going to grow into it as well, Alenka. It was nice hearing from you, and nice to see Lily and some of the other.
I'm glad to be here also.
Yes, yes, anytime.
And I hope that if we have some more Spanish-speaking attendants here, I will be able to translate to them, at least the lessons.
We appreciate that. That's a valuable function. I know Rick has been pleased with that. So thank you for all your service to the community, all of us.
And I have a question also. Is this a new set of lessons with a new theme? Because what I heard is something new, not new to the knowledge, but as if it is a new set of lessons
maybe
with new themes.
Alex, would you want to cover your thinking on these, the way you're constructing sort of a program for us in teaching?
Yes, of course. Thank you. When you add the knowledge, it obviously changes your perspective. And as I said before, in terms of terminology, it's always based on our old understanding, and we try and bridge it to the new understanding, but using the old words, it's very difficult.
Yes.
But once we
Yes.
introduce the new words, we introduce a new image, and then it expands our fields of reference. So
this is a new set of teachings then.
Well, what I'm trying to do is to make that connection so that the new knowledge seekers, which are still in the majority,
yes,
don't get, shall we say, swamped with a lot of information in a short period of time. But you know, for instance, I've had the benefit of several decades of knowing this.
Yes.
But
yes,
my knowledge, say 30 years ago, and my knowledge today is enhanced. It's totally different.
Yes, that's right.
And really, what I've tried to demonstrate today is that when you ignore this cosmic ray equilibrium, you're only seeing half the picture. So when we look in the mirror, we can see that we can have a reflection of our hands, and we can create our own image. But when we look in the mirror, we are seeing our face. So
Yes.
that means our body is positive. Our back is negative, because when you extend your hands are negative. Those negative hands have to be connected positively. And because they bend, you can go through the whole range. You can have your arms extended as wide as possible, or you can have them come together, or you can have them in any position in between, but they don't have to be symmetrical. You can bend one arm and extend the other arm. And so all of that is determined by the field strength between the positive negative charge on one side and the positive negative charge on the other side. But when you look in the mirror, those images are reflected. But if you turn around, you can't see the mirror, but the mirror will see your back. And so the process of looking in the mirror with your back to your back is the same as you look at from your front to your front. But the thing is that the hands are a mirror image. Why does the mirror reflect the image left to right, but does not reflect it top to bottom? And
that's right.
But when you create a photograph, if you look at the original cameras, the image that came in was embedded into an image plate, and the image itself was upside down, which means it was not only left to right, but it was top to bottom.
Yes, that's right.
Still front to front, not front to back. So we still see, what I'm saying is, the transmission and the transition, but we didn't see the transmutation because we're only looking at the product of the two fields. We're not looking at the fields that support that. And this is where we're going. So when we discuss the intermediate Picotech, we'll be elaborating on that discussion as well. We are trying to elaborate on the basic principle that Mr. Keshe has said, we are feedback dominant. In other words, what we're seeing in the mirror is the feedback of ourselves.
That's right.
But we're not.
I would like to translate, because this is an enhancement, a perspective with that enhances your understanding of the fields. And I would like to translate it into Spanish so that we can share it with a Spanish group.
Well, that would be totally wonderful. I have a project now with the a German team. A person has come forward to begin translating into German, and so what we've been doing is we've been taking the automated translation and running it through a real person who understands the context of the language. Right.
And also to make corrections, because those that are made digitally are not the same all the time. Are not correct all the time.
That's right.
Always.
And I'm not capable of doing that. So you know, I would be happy to help in that regard. I know Lisbeth from Colombia has been working very hard in that, insofar as she's been taking them, and with the assistance of some software programs, been translating it into Spanish.
She's doing that already. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, yes, she is, and she's posting it up on YouTube, which is you know, which is very good, because it has nothing to do with me. So, you know, and I want to keep it that way.
Is she just putting the English clip up? So there may be still potential for you, Alenka. I don't think she's translating it into Spanish, but Ed did say that the video, well, like you said, Alenka, it's not always correct, but if your video is under, apparently Google will translate it in different languages at your choice right now.
I have tried, I have tried to do that in some of their videos, but it is, for me, it is more difficult for me to do that, because I have to go to a specific place, and it takes me more time than just doing the translation.
Well, the time is exactly the point.
Yeah, to correct it. Aló, sí.
Hola, Alenka.
Hola, Lisbeth, ¿qué tal?
¿Cómo estás? Bien.
Sí.
Yo acabo de escribir en el grupo Plasma Time. Yo he puesto todos los videos de Alex en Plasma Time. Los pongo con subtítulos. Hay mucha gente en español que lo lee en subtítulos, porque me es imposible traducir todo. O sea, los de Alex yo no los he traducido. Pero están de todos de 2020. Cada fin de semana.
Desde el 2020 están en Plasma Time.
Y Plasma Time, ya. Están en orden como él los ha hecho, en las series que él ha entregado. En el orden que él las entregó las series. Está todo organizado.
Y los de esta clase de hoy, ¿están empezados desde ahorita o hay anteriores de este mismo tema?
Todos. Todos los de Alex están ahí.
Sí, como yo no puedo hacerlo todo desde el 2020, porque no tengo tanto tiempo, me gustaría empezar con este tema, porque está muy interesante, porque es una nueva perspectiva.
Ok, de hecho, él hizo, I'm sorry everybody, because I told to Alenka in Spanish. Sorry for that. Okay, one moment. Okay, yo te lo publicaré esta noche o mañana y te lo envío.
Sí.
Okay.
Perfecto, muy bien,
Voy a
muchísimas
enviarte
gracias.
también. Él hizo una vez una temporada de como resúmenes y te lo voy a enviar para que puedas entrar en esas, que sí podría poder hacer.
Excelente.
Okay.
Excelente, sí. Entonces voy a empezar con los de esta serie, que
Ajá.
no sé si está iniciando ahorita o está iniciando la vez pasada,
No,
porque es
ya
una
llevan
nueva
como
perspectiva.
4. Picotech,
Ya van 4. Okay.
ya van como de Picotech, van como 4 ya. 4 o 5 ya.
Ah, perfecto. Sí, entonces voy a empezar con estos para... Ahora bien, esta traducción lo que has hecho es parcial, ¿verdad? No es toda la clase.
No, yo es solo lo de Alex, yo solo publico lo de Alex, extracto todo lo de Alex cada fin. Ya.
Sí, pero eso que has hecho son digitales las traducciones o tú
No,
las
no,
has
yo las
traducido.
pongo subtituladas. Yo no subtitulo automático. Yo no tengo el tiempo, la verdad, no me alcanza el tiempo.
Sí. Ok. Bien, sí, son subtituladas los videos en inglés y subtítulos en español.
Sí.
Perfecto. Bueno,
¿En
voy a
cualquier
ver
idioma?
estos iniciales, a ver si
De
estoy
hecho, si
preparada con
producen
los
los
términos.
textos, de hecho, si producen los
Ujú.
textos, me los compartes. Espérame un segundo. Me los compartes porque de Hong Kong
Sí.
me han pedido, pero no los tenemos.
Ya entiendo, hacer la transcripción.
Sí, sí, la haces. Si la haces, no importa si está en español, en texto, porque ellos ya lo traducen automáticamente a su idioma, pero yo no los tengo.
Excelente. Bien.
Let it work for me. Yeah. Thank you,
Entonces,
Alenka.
¿puedo hacerlo tipo subtítulos o simplemente como transcripción?
No, digo, si lo escribes en texto, no precisamente en el video, puede ser si lo haces en un texto como tal.
Ok.
En un
Ajá.
documento.
Bueno, sí.
Dale.
En el formato de texto.
Sí, sí, sí.
Muy
Sorry,
bien. Ok.
I told her about maybe she produced the document and maybe share with us because I told months ago to Alex because the people from, I think it's from Hong Kong, asked to me about the text from the Alex teachings for translate to the, I don't know, I don't remember if it's Hong Kong or the other people told me. I don't remember now, but it's very interesting for all communities. Thank you. And thank you, Alice, for you all weekly time, like 5 years or more, for give us your knowledge. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alex.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, we elevate the Spanish group to grow as well. All of us. It's the same knowledge, different language. So thank you for all.
That's right.
In the background, no matter how little or how large you're doing, we're all making a contribution. Hopefully, we'll see you the second week of March, second Monday, Alenka, in the.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes,
if you.
Yes. Okay.
Now, Randy.
For the testimony, for my testimony. Okay. I will write it down. Okay.
I'll find you as well.
Thank you.
It's usually announced in the American team and the other Canadian team and the student chat and the rest. I copied the link that Randy had put in. Again, I don't know if this is accurate. What do you think, Randy? Is this just another AI contribution or something different?
That's the link I used to join.
Okay. We're going to play this.
Okay.
Hovering. Can you see it?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay. Let's.
Yes, Facebook.
It's only 14 seconds, so let's see what this link is showing. But Tesla did make an announcement about April 1st with some sort of one of the largest in humanity's ever seen, as I said earlier. So again, although he did use a caveat saying I chose April 1st, just in case it doesn't happen, I can say I played an April Fool's joke on you. But hopefully something big is in the works. He said it would take 12 to 18 months to develop this, whatever he's talking about. But let's see what this 14-second video shows of some sort of a hovercraft. Whoops. Okay, let me see if I can. Oops, we need this up. Hopefully I can bring it to the big screen. Is there a sound with this? Okay. We'll see it one more time if it plays a second time. I was thinking he had a big fan. Oh, I'm seeing some dusting up, but maybe not. Okay, well, apparently this is one of the offers. I'm just wondering if he has a fan in there. Everybody seeing this? Does look like it's off.
How high does it go?
I don't know. I know Mr. Keshe said they would keep the hovering car at just a few centimeters off the ground. Of course, if there was snow, it would be a few centimeters above the snow, or if there was an obstacle in the road, it would then be, it would anticipate that and probably be a few centimeters above an object. I don't know how much lift capacity it has to go at what distance, but he said older people would be much more comfortable closer to the ground. But this does, I thought I saw some dust or some air coming out blowing some sand, but it's certainly very minimal if it is such a thing. So I'm not sure if this is a matter state device or something using magnetical gravitational positioning. We'll see. Perhaps this is just an appetizer in a way. Okay, let's go out of that. Okay, and we'll go back to our session. Is there something else someone else would like to bring?
I would just like to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. As you see by the cover page, we have always part of the North American series included Canada, US, and the Spanish community into this whole process because this is a worldwide project. And we were just holding up one part of it, and it's thanks to all the members on this panel who made it a worldwide affair. The interest in the translations is peaking or increasing because the gap between the mature knowledge seekers and the new knowledge seekers has become unwieldy. And it is a big load. Mr. Keshe has been broadcasting for over a decade. Mark and I have been working on this project for many years, and we never expected this body of knowledge to grow to the size that it has, and it is becoming very time consuming in order to manage and compile it. And thanks to the new software programs that have come online and our skill has improved, we were able to streamline. But still, we needed people to help. It's not a one-man job, and we can't stop. We have to keep going because that's what creation is all about. So I want to thank everybody for allowing us to continue to present. And remember, as we discussed, each of us is contributing to the whole. Each of us is a fragment of the whole gravitational context. And I think we're on the verge of dispelling the biggity-bangity misinformation that has been dominating our knowledge. And we pride ourselves every new year on having fireworks. And that is not new technology. That is old technology that has been around for thousands of years, and yet we revel in it. So thank you all for allowing me to continue, and thank you for being part of it.
Yes, thank you as well, and thank each and every one of you. We appreciate your presence. We just watched that 14-second video with the hovering or the little hovercraft sort of that Randy shared with us. Lisbeth observed, they observed in X, Musk talks about different system and changes in future life, almost repeating what Mr. Keshe says. And yeah, I think there is obviously, Tesla is quite familiar with the Keshe technology, and I understand some of the team listens and tries to decipher these workshops as we're doing as well. So perhaps there's a marriage about to happen, or at least sharing of the technology. And of course, you could consider Elon Musk an artisan in a way, and probably to save his car company with very stiff competition from the Chinese, Mr. Keshe is going to give it a new lease of life, perhaps. I'm just speculating, of course, but he's mentioned Tesla, the hovering car, and I think it would be a great fit. And of course, flabbergasting humanity so much that this technology has been here and is now being introduced. So with Mr. Keshe mentioning about dealers and Keshe logo and the rest, we may see something that we could only imagine could be possible. I want to welcome Elias. Thank you. And thank you for the transcripts and so on. Any other comments, questions, thoughts before I play the final disclaimer in the session with Lance?
I was just wondering on the way that hovercraft looks.
I missed that, Milan. Milan? Could you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. The microphone turned off. I was just looking at that the system, the flying thing. It almost looks like from Back to the Future. Back to the Future seems like better than what they're showing right now, but I'm sure Keshe Foundation is going to be a lot different. So it's like they're going back and forth until they come up with something like something bigger or something unbelievable. So
working on so many different things for energy and other things. Rick is always showing some of the latest developments, but it is, again, quite difficult to bring some of this technology in, but it's being brought in through a different way, as Mr. Keshe said. I don't know exactly the way, but not the way we perhaps expected it to come in. But he did mention dealers and cars, so this will be something very large about to appear on the scene, at least announced by Musk, perhaps in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation. But we don't know. This is just speculation. As said, Mr. Keshe had done something very similar in 2011. Randy reinformed us about his flying car project at the time, which was in a way scuttled. And hopefully we can now perhaps, as he said, maybe that was a good thing, and now it's developed even further. So we'll see much more system available to us.
If you take the fact that most EVs, the battery weighs 1,000 to 1,500 pounds, just the battery. You take that out of the car and you put Keshe's anti-grav technology in it, you won't need any of that stuff.
It'll be light.
You might have to have some kind of little motor in the colder countries to provide, air conditioning and heat. But in terms of weight savings, then you could put that into other safety features.
Absolutely. Oh, there's so much that can be done. And of course, the battery of the materials that are needed and the disposal of it is a huge problem. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's almost like an electric car putting yourself in a microwave, or maybe even worse. I think there's studies. So I think, as he said earlier, we're going to leapfrog over the electric car. Ike, I saw your mic come open. Did you want to add something, please? Or Milan, did you finish?
No, yeah. That also one other thing. I remember way back when Mr. Keshe was talking about, that we're gonna like put ourselves in a bubble, and then you can travel like that. That's does that have anything to do? That's probably a plasma thing, or is it a like what he's trying to build?
Yeah, some people are still going to want to use the technology, but really in the matter state. Maybe they're not ready for the transmutation. As he said,
Right.
to accommodate both, working in the matter state and working in the energy dimension, your preference. And there's benefits in understanding and traveling in both dimensions. We just haven't understood it fully. But thank you for that. Ike, did you want to add anything if you're still here? I thought I saw a hand come up. Maybe he was just leaving the meeting. Okay, if any other comments or questions, keep playing the game and studying the workshops. And as I said, that's my new test. I'm going to listen to the workshop as I play the game. So that'll be, as he said, making a new creation in a way, and we'll see what that tastes like, or if I notice anything.
I got something off the topic. Does anybody keep dozing off when meanwhile Mr. Kesh is talking, and then coming back up,
Sure.
waking up?
Sure. Less lately than in previous times. As he said, most people can't handle a 3 or 2 or 4 hour session. Sometimes our train of thought is exhausted within 20 minutes, but that's okay. You're growing into it, and we know the soul never sleeps. So whatever's happening is the soul is fully aware and awake for that interaction, let's say. But the physicality will sometimes need to rest. And as Mr. Kesh said, when you're using your brain and you're using your thinking, you're expending much, much more energy than someone who's working at hard labor, even though you would think it's the opposite. Someone carrying heavy stones every day and making brick walls and things like that, you would think they use much more energy. But apparently, the brain and the thinking uses much more energy than the physical matter state exertion, if my understanding is correct.
Well, what's hilarious for me is, I work third shift, right? So when I come home, I'm up or whatever, and I listen to it, and all of a sudden, boom, doze off, and then just about at the end, boom, wake up. And then during the weekend, I also, as I said, well, I got to back it up so I can listen again. And then same thing, even though I'm wide awake, as soon as I start listening, all of a sudden, boom, I doze off, and then I go back, rewind, and listen again.
Well,
so I don't know if that has anything to do with the hypnotism or not, or
yeah. At least you're feeling peaceful enough to rest. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
The physicality is, again, they're feeding the soul. The soul will teach the physicality. I think that's the process that's going through the game right now, where you just play and your process. This is a reactor in a type of way, even though we don't perhaps see it. He said there's hidden technologies and knowledges that man is not aware of, I think, that will be or are starting to be embedded within this process. So you just play the game and you teach yourself to be peaceful. And
I'd like to.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to add to that conversation because when I was first learning about advanced knowledge and I tried to listen to lectures, I too would fall asleep. And what was confounding to me was that when I would re-listen to the same lecture, I would fall asleep at the exact same point. and, so you say, well, I've sort of missed it. But then once we started to understand what was going on, if I can use the analogy of a computer, and if you understand what they call a wait state in a computer, so the central processing unit receives an external command from the keyboard. It needs to integrate that external command with the internal memory. That's the hard drive. And then it has to feed back to acknowledge that it's processed that, And then as a separate step, it then transmits that new process to the screen. So the video of the CRT aspect of it, or the screen aspect of it, is a product of the external input integrating or interacting with the memory. It's a separate step. And it has been historically the delay in the whole thing. So one of the contributions of the gaming industry is that it has brought, and I was going to say fast forward, but it's, 30 years is not very fast in considering the fact that we had flat screen TVs when I was a teenager. So there's nothing very fast in that advancement. But in a way to bring it forward, the gamers were demanding a video presentation that could keep up with the external input. And the only way to do that is to have a dedicated central processing unit for the video exclusively. And then the screen itself would have to have a refresh rate that would be comparable. And so when you go to a computer store and you look at the variety of monitors out there, one of the key differences between a monitor that costs, say, $100 and one that costs $1,000 or $2,000 is that refresh rate. And the gamers demand the higher refresh rate because they are in a killing game. And so it becomes a matter of survival. If you can click on your keyboard and see the result on your screen, then you can react faster. And the one who reacts fastest obviously ends up being the winner. The carrying it forward with this discussion of the games, so anyway, the conclusion, what I wanted to say with the video is that the same thing happens with our vision. We do not need our vision to process the information. So you have absorbed that information within your, shall we say, infrastructure, your brain, your soul has absorbed that information and will facilitate the processing of that information on an as need be basis. So the fact that you don't remember having heard that, you will maybe have a deja vu moment, or you'll have a epiphany and you say, oh yeah, I now understand this process, but I don't know how I understand this process. So you don't need to process with your eyes the information that you learn. So that's on that point. The second point I wanted to make is with respect to the games, television and video games are time consuming. And so the game of the Get Plasma that the foundation has put forward is to promote peace. So it's not a killing game. It's to promote patience. So it's not a clicking game. That's not a fast clicking game. There are some components in it. And now that they've introduced a 100 travel limit per day, it restricts, mathematically restricts your optimum travel time to about 2.5 hours per day. And when you consider how much time we spend in front of the TV, or how much our youth, and I'm telling you, our youth is spending an enormous amount of time on the games, and you can see it. There are some gamers who play 3/4 of the day, or even 24 hours a day. They get so engrossed into it, what they call a virtual reality. And the damage is alarming. They take on this vegetative process, mind-numbing activity, surreal world, and a disconnect from the social, what they call social media. There's nothing social about social media. It's dysfunctional, it's disjointed. And, we become overly dependent on it. This platform exemplifies the benefits of social media. We can connect worldwide with people and communicate that well in a physical way. but understand that that is a product of our plasmatic system. And so as we understand the other side of our nature, as we become aware of our other side, we really have to find that inflection point. So please stay tuned to the next exciting episodes, and thank you for your questions and your participation. Back to you, Mark.
I can add to that conversation, Alex, about the gamers. The average human eye, we can only see 30 to 60 frames per second, but the brain can record up to 300 frames per second.
Oh, wow.
Never mind what the soul does. So this is why really spending to go to 240 hertz gaming, your eye can only see 60 frames anyway. But again, it's the brain. And it's like you say, they get wrapped in like a trance. It's the same thing if you go to gambling casinos and watch people. Some people will sit in front of that machine for hours. That's why in all the gambling casinos, there's no windows. There's no idea of what time it is, so they can play all day long. And they pump ozone into the thing to keep them fresh, and free coffee. And, that's to me, that's a total manipulation of the energy field of a human being.
That's right. So please include pachinko, and you've already mentioned casinos, gaming.
What's pachinko?
It's an Oriental game. It's basically, it's what do you call it? It has a plunger with a steel ball, and it goes to the top of the screen, and the ball comes cascading down, and whichever spot it lands on determines. It's like one of those things that you get on Let's Make a Deal or something like that.
Oh, okay.
And it's hypnotizing. And in order to keep people coming, they keep changing the face of the game. It's a picture, just so that it gives it a different background, so that you don't have the monotony. With the cash game, there is a reward. So it is designed to eliminate poverty. There is another bonus to it. There's an educational aspect to it. We've seen many laughable videos on YouTube where they ask people to name 3 countries, and they'll name a city or something like that. They don't even know what a country means. They just have no education. And you would think with the advent of YouTube, and I find it amazing the number of things that you can learn. You can punch in a question, and suddenly you become an expert car mechanic. Not to say that that's a substitute for practical experience, but it certainly does open up the door. And I know for myself, I would have saved a lot of money if I would had that capability when I was younger, because I look back at the bills I paid on car repairs, and it all stems from my lack of knowledge. And when you have lack of knowledge, then you pay dearly for it. So gaining knowledge can be very profitable, and it's something that we need to understand. But more importantly, gaining knowledge gives us a sense of freedom that is tangible and real. And on that basis, you understand why there's a restriction to that. So with the advent of the hovering plasma board, the real question then becomes is, why is it being released now? Very suspicious, isn't it? Why wasn't it released before? We've had it all along, but we weren't allowed to release it. Now all of a sudden some other company claims to be releasing this. Or did they develop it, or what did they do? How did they get that? Did they get it Einstein's way, or was it part of the Big Bang Theory? Conjecture on my part, but we have to look at the new way of understanding, the new way of learning, and take things into context. Our children have been used as a weapon against us, and we need to re-educate, make them aware, and get them back into the reality of the real world. And that involves the plasma science and the manifestation of the inertia density manifestation in physicality. So we are doing multitasking and multi-goal participation at the same time. So let's keep it going. Thank you so much.
Just a clarification, Alex, you said that you're only allowed to play this game how much time?
100 trips per day.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Maybe that's why I'm frozen out of the game. Maybe I made 100 trips or something. It didn't seem like it because at 2 minutes, you could only make 30 trips an hour or less.
Yeah, and you know, when a gamer who's used to playing 16 hours a day, you know, you have no chance. So this is not a competition, okay? In terms of reward, everyone has an equal opportunity for that reward. So if someone is, shall we say, dominating the board for 3 hours, the other 21 hours are still wide open. So we have to understand that right now the number of participants is over 500, or shall we say under 600. What happens when that changes by orders of magnitude, 6,000 or 60,000? How are we going to navigate 195 countries with 60,000 participants? I can't imagine what the board is going to look like, and I can't imagine, you know, how that is going to be done. But I'm sure the programmers in the background have anticipated that and will provide the solution. So that's what the purposes of the beta program is, to iron out the bugs, because once we go live on the 21st, the game will be for keeps.
Yeah, the first initiative was to travel to each country twice. And of course, if you go to your inventory on this side of the board, you can see that it keeps track of your countries. Now, the second time when your consciousness or your enlightenment went to zero, we traveled 2 more times to the countries. It went back to 0, and then we brought it back to 2. Now I've reached level 5, or some other people have as well. Your enlightenment was reset, and I believe at level 5 they want you to visit each country, is it 32 times? Now I was just doing some simple calculations here. Let's just go to our blog. And again, there's not been full. Let's see if we can read the English post, and then we're going to arrive here. So somehow I went from level 1 to level 5. Now they're asking you to visit each country 32 times. Is that correct? I was doing a simple calculation, and if it takes you 2 minutes on average to visit 195 countries, that's about 5.6 hours of play. And as Alex said, you can't complete it all in a day. I didn't realize you're limited on these. But if we were to take that 5.6 hours reaching each country, is it twice? So if it's 5.6 hours to reach 32 visits, that would take you about 180 hours if you were to be there constantly without missing. And then, of course, we don't play constantly. We play a little bit and then do something else and so on and so forth. So that's quite a bit of time put in the game to reach the 180 hours. And then it grows, it doubles from there and doubles again, doubles again. So apparently that process is put in place to touch you in a way in the background, I think, perhaps. And that's why they're raising this idea of how many you need to be.
Well, I'm very glad that you showed that, because many of us are on level 8. We jumped from level 1 to level 8, and it hasn't been working properly.
Alex said she went to level 8 as well. And level 8, you would have to visit each country 256 times.
No, but there's no justification for us to go. I think what you should do is go level by level. So
Okay.
I think it's a glitch in the program. And as we're going through the beta testing, these glitches come out, and that has to be revised. So you're on a different beta test than we are, because you only have 17 players, and we have almost 550 or something like that. So your board is different from my board.
Okay.
And you're on level 5 and I'm on level 8, and I'm clearly have no business being on level 8. So that's where the debugging, shall we say, or the beta testing is all about. The good news is all of our efforts are being carried forward, and so that gives us a bit of a head start into once March 21st carries on. So there is always a reward, but this is not something that you really don't have time to devote in your life to playing that game like a gamer does. So by putting that restriction of the number of moves, where do you get that time from? So let's understand that we waste a lot of time watching TV. I don't know if you've ever had the experience of watching reruns. I would say that that's a double waste of time. Uh, Watching reruns is very good if you miss something and you want to understand something better. But if you're watching a sitcom or some kind of movie that is just basically for entertainment, in many ways that's a waste of time. It's just, shall we say, allowing you to live in a virtual reality, and it's a form of escapism. If you want to escape, you can escape with this, and it'll become very productive, because I think the educational aspect of this game has just begun. That's my position, because I'm seeing the benefits of it alone. Imagine if you can name the capital of every country. Imagine if you could just name every country. So, I've never been able to do that, and this game is actually teaching me on how to do that. So, even an old dog can learn new tricks, but I cannot compete against a gamer who's playing for 20 hours a day and eating, pizza and Coke, right?
It's not a game of competition, it's a game of cooperation.
Yeah, and we need to get our youth back to being productive.
Okay, any other thoughts on the game? I've learned a couple things already today, realizing that there's a governor or a limit on it and so on and so forth.
Question. I'm still on level 1, and I don't see how I am relating to anybody other than myself at this point. Does that come later? Like a cooperative kind of thing? Because I feel like I'm all by myself.
Oh, no. There's new gamers coming on all the time. So, everyone
No, what
gains
I mean is I'm not interacting with anyone. Is there an interactive part of it?
Well, there is a chat and there is a blog. You can speak to others. And I just clicked on what was known as the marketplace. And I think this is part of the association work here, where if you're looking for something and someone else is looking for something and they trade with you as part of the association and the funds are guaranteed by the Keshe Foundation, you will start to interact with many more people, I think. But again,
okay, hopefully.
In the beta phase of it, so it's going through its perfecting, let's say, and we're all helped just by playing it. Yes.
There are a few new little quirks that are coming out. What they call like a ritual circle, where you need more than one participant to claim the reward. And I've seen some of these require as many as 9 players. So there have been appeals on the chat I'm sitting there waiting for the reward and I can't do anything until I have a second player. Could you please come and join me? And that throws the cooperative light on it. Then there are other little quirks that allow you to donate because that is a reward in itself. So these are new concepts that are constantly being brought into the game. I don't think at this point in time that we have seen the full scope of the game because in my mind, I still have difficulty understanding how we're going to have hundreds of thousands of people playing this game on this board. But when you look at the war games that they have with the Xbox and the PlayStation, they are obviously serving thousands of people, and they're all playing interactively. But they're promoting a kind of mindset that is counterproductive. So, Irma, I think as you get better at the game, I think you'll find the added enjoyment in that regard. We take the greed, we take the competition out of the game, and I have to tell you that's a challenge for us because in the process of our travels, we acquire things and we have targets, in those acquisitions. And as Mark brought out, we have to complete the visitations of the countries. There's no point as going to the same country 100 times and not being able to advance in that level because so we have to have how shall we say it, a plan on how to go, and that will allow us to have more diversity within the game and avoid the kind of greed and domination that transpires in other games.
And another thing I was wondering about is that most of these resources are offered in what we know to be the poorest country. So I had the sense that I was going to the poorest countries and taking things from them. How does that work?
Oh, no, they're all equal.
But I mean, like Canada or North America, there's nothing offered, so there's nothing to be taken from there. It's all like when you look here, it's all like the Caribbean or African coast or whatever, where all those things
But
are
look at
offered.
look at the number of countries. You're talking about Canada, and U.S., and Mexico, part of the North American continent. But you look at all the countries in Europe and all the ones in Africa. So of course there's going to be more in those other areas. So it just makes the game well, it makes the game more realistic because this is how the world is partitioned off at this point in time. And it's not a matter of picking on any country with respect to its poorness or greatness. Just as an aside, one thing that I notice is that when I leave a country that has given me rewards, and when I leave it, it seems to generate more rewards. And I've already been there, and there's a tremendous urge to go back and collect additional rewards. So your presence in a country and your collection of those rewards actually manifested to that country being able to offer more.
Right.
Okay.
They're all pre-mined resources out of the fields of the universe, so you're not taking anything from any country, as I'm understanding it.
Exactly.
You don't have to mine anything. It's already been mined to the level Mr. Keshe said for 100 years. So you're not taking from any country. You may be giving from the country, but these are mined out of the fields, as I understand it. The books of wisdom, the book of meditation, and the energy drinks.
Okay, thank you.
You can give them if a beacon arises, what they call a beacon, and it almost looks like a small radio tower. You click on that and it asks if you can contribute anything out of the resources you've collected.
And remember, as Mark said, if he's listening to a lecture that has been recorded, you can play the game at the same time. So, one doesn't really become that much of a distraction from the other. So it's just a better use of time. You can even do that while you're watching TV for that matter, but it would be very difficult for you to play this game and play a war game at the same time because the click rate and the refresh rate on the screen is vital to your survival. So this game is more like a chess game.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments? But this will become, this earning of the Keshe coin will become the effort of the man in the very near future, I think, and we'll see more. As he said, there's much more to be announced as the coming time.
Well, let's remember this, please. What game do you know of that is going to contribute to peace and prosperity on this planet? Thanks, everybody.
Okay, and I guess you'll give us the answer next week?
Well, I can't answer that question because I haven't been playing games for a long time. I was fascinated with the games when they came out on the computers, and I found myself getting addicted. And you know, like talk about a waste of time. Wow. So,
Well,
yeah.
as I said, to reach that level number 5, if it's 180 hours and you're only allowed 2 hours a day of play, that's going to take you 90 days on average, probably more, to get to that point. So, as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a game to play and finish. It's a continuous process going on.
There you go.
All right. If there's any other questions or comments, please feel free. Randy? Maybe not. Just the mic open. Okay, I'm going to play the final.
Hello. Hello. I am playing daily, but little time because when the close, I wait for 2 or 3 days for can continue. I decide no close it more because it's not possible. I don't know. Maybe it's a problem. I told to Eggman about that because maybe it's not only my problem. So thank you so much. But it's time for tell you about the from the Universal Council. Thank you so much, beautiful souls, because you daily and all the time we construct the peace around the world and of course around the universe because give our knowledge about the knowledge of the creator and give our soul with love and peace for all beings at the earth and the universe all the time. Thank you so much because we are the soul of peace. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I invited all the time present. You saw with us and all the time present with the all beings in existence, and of course, daily 9 p.m. Centralist time, unified like a one soul with the soul of the creator, of course, to being the way for the peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Elizabeth. And everyone, we appreciate your presence, as I said earlier. So we continue on. It's basically being laid out, and Mr. Keshe is calling the plays, and he's just asking us to support the system and encourage the system. So he's got the real easy work of creating the cosmic ray material, and we have the tougher work of promoting the game. But I think it'll get easier as we start to see testimonials of people coming out of poverty by playing this game, and will probably be one of the more powerful testimonials we often see on television where they're trying to raise funds and they're sending children to school and they give them a little uniform and some feeding and the rest, but it doesn't work. It's never worked. They're still trying to raise money to do the same thing. But with this, I think we'll see the people themselves bringing themselves out of poverty, and this is a whole new understanding of what man can achieve now that the conditions are set for us to live not such a harsh life on such a beautiful planet. So thank you all again. I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the session will end. Are there any other thoughts or comments? If not, have an amazing rest of your day. And thank you all for your participation and carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet that we're working with. Okay, I'm just going to rewind this, hopefully. Here we go. Thank you all again. And we'll see you again next week.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.